School District Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, May 20th, 2020 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Camille Mabin.
Here.
Derek Counter.
Here.
Eric Stevens.
Here.
Rochelle Price.
Here.
Rick Miller.
Here. The board will adjourn to closed session regarding the items listed on the agenda. The board will resume to open session at 6:30 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to our second Zoom Rocklin Unified Board meeting. We hope one of our last like this. But I do want to remind folks that this meeting is being held pursuant to the procedure established in Executive Order N2920. It's issued by California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 17th, 2020 in response to COVID-19. As a result, board members are attending this meeting by teleconference and it is virtual meeting only. The public may view and provide written comment to the board through the links provided on the May 20th board agenda item located on our RUSD website. The full list of public comments will be available in live time for review by the Board of Trustees during the board meeting. We've already started reviewing them. We will continue to do so throughout the entire meeting. The public may also view the full list of comments being submitted and reviewed by the board in real time by following the link on the May 20th board meeting agenda located again on our website. So with that, I want to welcome us back and say that we just came out of closed session where no action was taken by the board in closed session. Tonight, we're lucky to be joined again by Whitney High School Student Board Representative Jack Grove, who is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Jack, take it away.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Jack. With that, I'd like to introduce Tony Limoges, who's our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, to introduce our new Twin Oaks Elementary School principal. Tony? We're gonna work on technology here. Let's see if Tony can join us. There he is.
Forgive me for the technical glitch.
Good to see you.
Good evening, President Miller, members of the board, trustees, Superintendent Stock, Ms. Brenda. The district opened the position of elementary school principal at Twin Oaks on March 6, 2020. Out of 29 applicants, 8 were selected to be interviewed on April 17th. Final cabinet interviews on April 22nd. Ms. Jamie Iverson Diaz was recommended to the board for appointment, which was approved at the May 6th board meeting as the new principal of Twin Oaks Elementary School. Ms. Iverson Diaz comes to us from Soledad. She had just completed the last 2 years as an elementary principal with many years as an outstanding educator. Her references, she was highly recommended as an outstanding candidate for us, and we're really excited to bring her part of the Rocklin Unified School District team.
Wonderful. Thanks, son. Welcome.
Good evening, board member, President Miller, board members, and Superintendent Stock. This by far was not a typical normal hiring process. And like Tony said, we had glitches along the way and everything, but I am so honored to become a member of the Rocklin Unified School District. I have had nothing but warm welcome from any employee that I speak to there, any person I come across with Rocklin. It is a true honor to be joining the team there. And I especially want to thank Sarah James who from the minute I was board approved reached out to me that night. I got an email from her. She said, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but she did it anyway. And we've been in contact. She's been introducing me to the staff, and it has been so helpful to know that she cares so much about her staff and her students to make the transition smooth for me. I look forward to bringing my 20 years of experience onto the school site, continue the great things that are happening there. And I want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to not only give me a position in Rocklin, but allow me to bring my family up for a better life for them. So I want to thank you. And again, I say it's a true honor.
Thank you. It's so great to see you. Let me open up for any comments. Any of my colleagues have comments for?
Welcome. We look forward to meeting you in person. We're sorry that this is the way, but we're excited to have you as part of the team.
Right. Thank you. This is, I mean, it's like I say, it's not typical, but it's becoming the new norm, but hopefully not norm enough to stay around for quite some time.
That's right.
Best of luck. We're excited to have you joining the team. And next year, we'll probably present some of the greatest challenges of your career. But that also means with the right attitude, it's going to present the greatest opportunities. And we are excited to have you here and joining us. So anything we as the board can do to help support you and help you be as successful as possible here in the district, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It will be challenging, without a doubt.
I want to echo, sorry, Derek, echo my colleagues' comments and say welcome. You know, we've always been very fortunate in hiring very good principals who then turn around and work with good teachers, and the result is great education for kids here in Rocklin. So we're happy to have you join us. We actually can't wait to meet you in person. We hope that happens sooner rather than later, and look forward to working with you next year.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Yeah, I think just in summary, you got a great team there and a great opportunity, and just looking forward to all the great things that you're going to bring to us, and looking forward to the great things that are going to happen for that school.
Yeah, and I had a final thanks. Deeply appreciate it. So glad to sort of virtually meet you. And it's exciting what I think. One of the things I like about our hiring process is we really listen to the staff at the school of who they think would be best a leader for them. And you were clearly someone the staff thought could really take them where they want to go, which is exciting. And I appreciate you naming Sarah, who's been a longtime employee of us and a proud member of Rocklin's family, and has done a great job taking them. But I think there's clearly a place we can even go further. And I'm excited for your leadership in taking Twin Oaks to the next level. So thank you. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, so one of the bummers of virtual is that we actually don't get to be with our colleagues and be with our students. And one of the great parts of the meetings we always have our junior ROTC is we lead the color guard and is part of every meeting we have, and we miss them. But it also is that we finish the year. It's our opportunity to recognize them and really thank them for the great work they've done. So with that, I want to ask Trustee Price to talk a little about the AFJ ROTC.
All right, thank you. The Board of Trustees recognizes and honors the Air Force Junior ROTC School Board Color Guard and their instructors for their patriotic contributions to RUSD board meetings and outstanding leadership during the 2019-20 school year. So I'd like to read off the members that we had. Cadet Captain Aidan Pfizer, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Priest, Cadet Captain Isabella Burkhalter, Cadet Captain Herschel Sabness, Cadet Captain Jenna Anderson, Cadet Captain Russell Bora, Cadet First Lieutenant Jonathan Wong, Cadet Master Sergeant Ronan Kalkan, Cadet Master Sergeant Brandon Utterback, Cadet Airman Heaven Green, and then their instructors, Major Jennifer Pearl and Senior Master Sergeant Terry Barber. Thank you so much for the excellent and respectful contribution to our meetings and to our community, and we wish you the best of luck.
I see we're joined. Aidan, I appreciate you being here. I don't know if you want to say anything.
Thank you for having us every other Wednesday. It's a really good extracurricular activity for OTC.
We love having you. Aidan, you're a senior?
I'm a sophomore right now.
Sophomore, okay, all right. Well, we're looking forward then to seeing you back next year.
I am too.
Major Pearl, good to see you as well.
Likewise, thanks for having us.
Thank you. So we just appreciate everything you've done, and I wonder if you have anything you'd like to say.
No, just we really appreciate the opportunity. We'd love to come and be a part of the school board meetings. Definitely sad to see the year end like this, but anxious to hopefully get back to some sense of normalcy so that the kids can out there and represent CA 954 for you all.
We could not agree more. We wait for that moment as well. Thank you both very much. Appreciate your time tonight and appreciate all you've done for us all year long.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so let's keep the train of thanks going a little bit. And unfortunately, this is also as the end, we end our year, we end our collaboration with our student board representatives. We've had 3 great leaders this year be part of us, sit on the dais with us and really give that critical thing of actually giving input of what the students think of everything we deal with. So we want to sort of thank them personally tonight. And with that, I think Trustee Stevens is going to take us through some recognition. So Trustee Stevens.
Thank you. And thank you to Jack Grove, Colton Harrison, and Brandon Benson Palmaris. We've really appreciated having you on the board as our student representatives. When you run for ASB class president, you probably do not have your role as student rep in mind, but we appreciate that you really step up, you come to our meetings, and we really do appreciate the perspective you help provide of what it's like as a student in our schools. So we have had limited time with you this year, but you have a lot of people at your campuses who are very proud of you. We asked them to give us some little write-ups about all of you that we could share. So first, Jack, your activity director, Mr. Armis, wrote the following. Jack has been an outstanding leader on the Whitney High School campus during his 4 years at Whitney High School. I remember meeting Jack when he was a sophomore in my Spanish 3 honors class. He always had the most positive attitude while experiencing the difficulties of learning a second language. Besides being ASB president, he's been very involved in different activities on and off campus. He played soccer all 4 years for Whitney and played an important role in the team's success. As a sophomore, Jack found his place with the California Association of Student Leaders. The national organization provides opportunities for young students to develop leadership qualities. Last year, Jack was named the CASL State Board Media Director, where he helped the organization prepare for leadership conferences. His involvement at Whitney and attitude has made him very well liked by his teachers, coaches, and peers. In leadership class, we could always count on Jack to lighten the mood by playing today's music hits or something having to do with the latest in social media trends. Jack is off to study at the University of Loyola Marymount to get a first-class education while continuing to further his studies in video production. The leadership family wishes Jack the best in his future endeavors, and we are very thankful for the work he has done to positively influence those around him. And again, Jack, thank you for your service to your fellow students, your community, and to this school board. You are our student rep tonight. Can I put you on the spot? Would you like to say anything? You'll have plenty of more opportunities later this evening. But if there's anything you'd like to say right now, please feel free to share.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for all that you do and working with us and for us all year.
Well, again, thank you so much. And now Brandon Benson Palmaris. Brandon, your principal, Principal Hutton, wrote the following. Having attended Cobblestone and Sunset Ranch Elementary, Granite Oaks, Rocklin High, and finally Victory High School, Brandon developed the passion, dedication, and intellect necessary to be an exceptional leader. In addition to ASB president, Brandon served as Victory High Interact vice president his junior year and president his senior year. During that time, he volunteered countless hours leading the Interact team in support of a variety of RUSD and community-based activities, including Run Rocklin and Hooked on Fishing. During a student assembly his junior year, Brandon was introduced to Relentless Rescue, a local nonprofit organization with the mission of supporting the homeless, troubled teens, and any others in search of hope. Brandon immediately joined forces with the founder, Joaquin Fabella, and since has maintained a means of support for the families of Rocklin and its neighboring communities. Brandon believes strongly that his purpose in life is to help others, and his actions throughout the community, and here at Victory High have confirmed just that. Brandon graduated on December 19th, 2019. Congratulations. And to further his life's purpose, he will be attending Sierra College in the fall, where he will begin working towards his degree in nursing. We know that wherever Brandon goes, he will bring about greatness. We are grateful to have been a part of his journey, and we wish him the best as he continues along the way. On behalf of the school board, thank you so much for your service to our students and our district. And now, Brandon, if I can put you on the spot, is there anything you would like to say at your last ever meeting as a student rep?
I would like to say thank you so much for having me. This has been, the last 12 years of my life have been the best. And I can't begin to thank every single person that I've met through the school board. I do apologize, my camera's not working for some reason. But just the last few years have been so amazing, going through from Rocklin High to victory. It has been just amazing. And thank you guys so much for giving me this opportunity to be like this. Thank you.
Thank you for seizing that opportunity. Last but certainly not least, Colton Harrison from Rocklin High School. Colton's teachers and administrators wrote the following. Colton is an outstanding young man with a very bright future. He's been very active and involved in the campus during his 4 years at Rocklin High School. He altruistically gave up 4 years of electives to dedicate himself to making Rocklin High School the special place that it is by spending 4 years in student government. During that time in the activities program, he learned leadership and teamwork skills, capping off his experience as the ASB president. He has also been an active member of the California Scholastic Federation on the campus, and he's a dedicated academic student. Colton enjoyed welcoming the freshmen to campus as a volunteer with the LINK program for the past 3 years. He is also a skilled athlete. He has been a varsity swimmer for his entire high school career, although he was disappointed to see his senior season cut short. Very, very understandably so. Outside of school, he also swims on a competitive club team where he spends most of his time. However, he still makes time for his community. As a junior, he led a team of other Rocklin High students to fundraise for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, where they raised over $15,000. It was no surprise that Colton was accepted to attend UCLA, go Bruins, and is very excited to attend in the fall, where he will be majoring in political science with the hopes of pursuing law in the future. Endeavors I can relate to. Colton is extremely well-rounded with a perfect balance of self-improvement as well as giving back to the communities he's involved in. Colton has also enjoyed participating as a student board representative at RUSD board meetings this year. And, the staff of Rocklin High School has apparently offered thanks to the board on your behalf, which they really did not need to do. They close with, Colton is looking forward to the future, but we will always cherish the time he spent in the Rocklin High School community. And now, Colton, your final meeting as a student board rep, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been such a privilege to sit there, even though sometimes those meetings go a bit long, get a bit arduous. It is really exciting to see the inner workings of the school, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, the good news is, since we're broadcasting all of our meetings now, you can watch them like when you're in college, any Wednesday night for as late as the meetings go. I'm sure you'll be awake even later anyways. So if you're ever missing the meetings, feel free to tune in and see what's going on back in Rocklin. But to all three of you, thank you again so much for your service. And we are excited for the opportunities that are ahead of you, and best of luck next year. I know next year is going to continue to be very different than what any of you expected. This year is ending in a way that none of us foresaw. And it's been hard to not have traditional end of year activities, traditional graduation, but you're going to go places. We're excited to hear about it. Please don't be strangers, and best of luck.
Yay!
Thank you. Any other comment from the colleagues? All right, and I don't see any public comments. So again, thank you. I'm Colton, Brandon, you probably want to stay, and you're welcome to keep your camera on and just stick with us. But if for some reason you want to leave, we appreciate it. And I also want to thank you all. Brandon, I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know, but I've had the privilege of knowing Jack and Colton since they were both 6 and coached them both and been with them. So it's super exciting to share this dais with you. And I'm excited for what all three of you are going to do. And so we're looking forward to it. So thank you all very much. Thanks, Colton. Thanks, Brandon. Okay. With that, let's move on, and we're going to move on to item 6.4, which I imagine is the item that most folks that are online are most interested in hearing, which is our COVID-19 update. And with that, I'm going to ask Superintendent Stock to walk us through where we are.
Thank you, President Miller, trustees. I just, before I get into the formal part of this, just again want to thank all of our students and our families and my colleagues that work in RUSD for their grit, patience, and perseverance during these really unfathomable conditions and times that our nation, state, and school district finds itself. I know for all of us, this has been full of challenges, and this also reminds many of us of the things we cherish the most about our schools and community. So while we have those challenges, I think it really reinforces the specialness and the things that we value. And I think that's important to recognize. As we go into the presentation, and I'm gonna let that catch up with me, the second slide here. I think it's important, before I get into the actual elements of the update, that we just to make sure we establish the context that this is in. First, as I've mentioned, these are unprecedented events in our lifetime, in anybody's lifetime. And that these are also constantly met with constantly changing conditions and evolving guidance. And we are gonna be required to do more with diminishing resources, and we'll hear more about that in presentations later tonight. And another unique piece of this context is that all of us in leadership positions, wherever that may be, are really being called to balance some different tensions of these unprecedented times. And I just wanted to highlight a few of these that have really, I think, characterized a little bit of the leadership challenge that we all face now, is really managing normality while managing disruption. Caring for our people while maintaining the standards that people expect of us as an education system. Promoting innovation, which is critical to working in this time, but seeking consistency as well. And then pushing that innovation while also searching for coherence for our students and families in our school district. So these are those unique pieces that we're in the context that we find ourselves, that I think is just, again, to want to frame as we go through this, and not just tonight, but as we go through the next several months of working through COVID-19 and all the challenges and opportunities. So on the next slide, I want to just share a little bit of the update. In this piece, I can't be clear. Our goal is to have a full reopening of schools on August 12th. That is the date we're scheduled to come back. We are continuing to plan for a normal opening with all students and staff on campus to begin the year. That is what our goal is. We actually do that very well for our students, and we're continuing to plan with that, and that is our #1 goal. But we will do so in accordance with public health guidance and regulations in place. So again, want to make sure that everyone hears that is our goal. It is our #1 option, and we're continuing to plan for that. However, due to the uncertainty that we do find ourselves in and the evolving public health situation and guidance, we know that we need to look at different options in case our first option, our goal, can't be realized. And we've been doing so in collaboration with our labor partners, and we're also going to be gathering input from our families. And so we've been working with our teachers through RTPA, and we've engaged in collaborative interest-based discussions. We are very appreciative of those. Those have been very positive in helping us think together about different options if we can't fully reopen, which is our goal. And we're also going to be sending out to our families, employees, and our secondary students this week a survey to gather input from them on the current online learning and about next year, because we really do want that input, and we want to make sure that that's part of helping us think about how to move forward. So again, on the next slide, I want to walk through some of those options. So as we contemplate the next school year, which begins on August 12th, again, our first option is to have a normal opening on August 12th with all students and staff on campus in accordance, again, with public health guidance and regulations. And things like that might be that we enhance our sanitizing efforts of every classroom and our campuses even more. So that is, again, our first option, and we're planning for that. And that's actually not just planning, that's really what we hope to have occur. However, as I mentioned, we are looking at other options in case the situation doesn't permit that. So on the next slide, you'll see a second option that we're looking at. Again, if public health guidance and regulations don't allow for a full reopening, we're looking at a hybrid model that would involve, for example, having half the students attend at a time, while the other are experiencing online learning. And an example of that would be like 2 full days in class on campus and 2 days of online learning. We know that we have to look at some unique needs. For example, our youngest learners, transitional kindergarten students may benefit more from half days, 4 days a week of being on campus with us, because online may not just be as viable of an option for them. And some of our special education students in moderate severe programs may need different options to meet their unique needs. And then we also would be looking at allowing a 1 day per week for collaboration and planning, because of the additional demands of a hybrid model of 4 days of in-classroom teaching and then also preparing the online work as well. So we are working collaboratively to think about a second option if we can't do our first priority and our first goal of opening with everyone on campus in August. And then on the next slide, there is a third option. And this is one that we want to make available to any of our students, irregardless of whatever option we may find ourselves, is we're working to develop a full online option for students that may not feel comfortable returning back to our school campus at this time. Whether we have a full normal reopening with everyone on campus, or we find ourselves in option 2, which is a hybrid model, we want to make available to any of our students a full online option to stay learning with RUSD with the same high quality education we provide, but in a format that may be more comfortable for them as we navigate these uncertain times. So we definitely want to make sure that we provide that choice to our families so that they can continue, again, to stay with the RUSD family and have that same high quality of education. We do know that in option 3, an online option, that we will include grading and assessments, and we will be working to, based on the feedback we receive from families, students, and teachers, strengthening our online options, learning from that, providing additional supports for students, families, and staff as we move forward. So we definitely want to make sure that we share those options. So those are the options that we're contemplating as we look at starting the next school year. And then on the next slide, we've had some questions around how will that decision be made? And so want to share a little bit of information on that. So really through June through August, which is really, the next couple of weeks is June, and then August is when we reopen. I and along with staff will be providing to the board to assist their decision-making several things. First is updated public health guidance and regulations on school opening. Right now, we are being told that there may be some guidance that comes out to us from public health officials. And so we would refer to that and use that as appropriate and provide that to the board in their decisions. We also will be monitoring the local context of how other school districts are planning reopening, because we know that we want to have coherence within our region as well. I can tell you, for example, that option of, if we can't be fully in open mode as we want to be and desire to be, of looking at an alternate hybrid model, is actually a model that is being consistently looked at in South Placer County and throughout the area, is an option if you can't have full opening. So it's and then the other thing that we'll continue to provide to the board to assist their decision making is updates to options for opening schools, because there may be, as we get feedback and as we look at the changing conditions, some updates to these options that we would, of course, provide. And I do note, and I know that our board works hard, and is that it may require special board meetings in July as we move through this to give the board the information they need and allow them to make the decision about reopening with the most current information. Because what we do know now is information we have in May most likely will not be relevant for end of July and August as well. So we're committed to making sure the board has that information as they make that decision how to best reopen our schools. On the next slide, there are some other updates, and this we've seen, I've gotten emails, and I'm sure I know our trustees have, and some of our principals, and some of the public comment tonight on a few other key areas. First, our high school graduations. I was so pleased to announce at the May 6th meeting that we are holding graduations in person on July 29th, 30th, and 31st for our high schools. Again, with the information we have at this time in May, those ceremonies at this time are looking to be in smaller groups of students, socially distanced, and without families present at this time with live streaming. However, We are going to continue to monitor the public health guidance and regulations as they evolve during the summer, because we want the best public health guidance in July for our July events. And we are hopeful that we can adjust the ceremonies to accommodate more students and absolutely have family member attendance, because we know how special this event is for our families to celebrate with their graduates. So we have the dates locked in, and we will continue to monitor and adjust our ceremonies as much as we can with that guidance. And then as far as athletics, a lot of public comment, a lot of questions around athletics. We know that our school and our education is more than just academics. We know academics are critical, but also students thrive when they have opportunities for athletics and other activities. So wanted to share a little bit of information on that. Again, we are continuing to monitor that public health guidance and regulations, and we will adjust our athletic program as appropriate with that guidance. So what I really want to make clear is we want a full athletic program. We want our full activities because we know how critical they are to students. And we are committed to working to adjust them as appropriate so that we can still allow students to participate to the fullest extent possible, given the guidance we have. And with that, we'll be working with the California Interscholastic Federation, CIF. They're the governing body for high school athletics in the state, and also our Sierra Foothill League, which both Rocklin and Whitney high schools are in, around the implementation and adjustments needed around athletics. So while I wish I had definitive information today, we don't, but we are committed to keeping you updated, and we are committed to keep adjusting to have as much of a full participation as possible. We know that there's other activities, whether it be band or drama or robotics or other things. And again, we will continue to monitor the public health guidance and regulations and adjust these activities as appropriate to allow as much participation as we can, while also keeping students and staff safe. And again, we look forward to giving you more information as we have it, and to continuing to update you as well. Also in this area, there's been quite a few public comment that's come in during our meeting around how will we manage if students or staff get sick during school opening next year. We again will work closely like we did prior to schools moving to online learning this March with our public health officials around what's the right measures to be taken around notification of our community, assisting in any contact tracing that needs to occur, quarantining for any students or staff that become infected. We will be working closely with our public health officials on what the right measures are around quarantining, notification, and any additional cleaning or sanitizing that occurs. And we also will be working with them because as the situation evolves, in case there is a situation that we need to shift into temporarily online or a hybrid option, while we manage any situation that occurs. So that's the importance of us having these different models looked at, is so that we can be flexible as we adjust these. But again, we want to make sure that our students and staff and our families are safe. So we will be working if anyone gets sick to follow their recommendations. And again, we also will be reinforcing basic protocols such as hand washing. The idea of making sure that you don't touch your face, that you cover coughs and sneezes. We will be, allowing, if students wish to wear a mask to school, we will allow that to occur. We will, provide, necessary support for our employees as well regarding that type of equipment. And so we will work to minimize the opportunities for people to become sick, but also work with public health in how we manage that. And we also will be, again, working to do increased sanitization of our facilities and those types of issues. So we, again, will be monitoring this. We will be adjusting and supporting through this while we work to provide the best quality education for our students. And then at this point, I'd like to invite Diana Capra to share with the board a little bit of how we're planning to some next steps on engagement with our community, more than just us sharing information, but also hearing from our community and a chance to have two-way dialogue. So Diana?
Diana, we're not hearing you. It looks like you're not muted, but we're just not hearing you. I think that sounds a little, I think I can hear you a little bit better now.
Oh, let me see if I can. Oh boy. If we can have the next slide for Diana.
Actually, keep that for you. So, can you all hear me now?
Diana, we can't hear you.
Roger, do you want to?
Yeah, so let me go ahead and Diana, if you get, a voice back, just join in. So we held a first Ask RUSD, which was a chance for us to provide some information and answer questions from our community. And I want to thank President Miller, Travis Mauger, President of Rocklin Teachers Professional Association, two of our principals from Rocklin Elementary, Rocklin High School, and Kathy Pond for joining us in that event. We had very positive feedback from that event. So we're looking to add additional Ask RUSD events to, again, promote that opportunity for two-way dialogue. So if you can go to the next slide, we're going to share with you a little bit more about that. And so our next opportunity is actually next Wednesday. We're going to focus on wellness. And we know that's been a critical need and a lot of questions around that. So we're going to focus on that next Wednesday from 5:30 to 6:30. And then we're also planning some additional Ask RUSDs, and we'll add to these and modify them as needed. But we know we're getting questions on that transition to middle and high school. If you're an incoming 7th grader or 9th grader, we plan to put something together for you in June. Our TK kindergarten, our youngest learners, we're going to provide some information for you in June as well around that transition. And then we also will be talking with you a little bit more in July and August around what that school year opening's like, what that reimagination of how we start the year. And then we're also knowing we're going to be putting together something for our special education families as well to give a chance to have questions and answer with them. So again, we want to move from just sharing information to dialogue with our community. And we look forward to sharing these. You can watch for the updates on these on our social media, on Facebook, on also on our website, and we'll be sharing out information as well through other means to remind you of these opportunities. And if you can go to the next slide, please. This is the kind of highlight for our upcoming one next Wednesday. And again, we are so thankful that Diana will be moderating these. And we are bringing in some of our local folks. As you can see, we have some of our school counselors and school psychologists, along with our Assistant Director of Innovation School Programs. And then we have had a strong partnership with Wellness Together. Both Marlon and Jeremiah are proud graduates of Rocklin High School, who and they have helped provide mental health services to our students and throughout the state. And so they'll be joining us as well. So we're very excited about that. And you can see 5:30, 6:30. And the login for that is on our website, and we'll be sharing that with you. So at this time, trustees, this really, I bring to the kind of a close my comments on COVID-19 and look forward to answering any questions or you may have regarding this.
Great, thank you, Mr. Superintendent, and thank you, Chief Capra, for being here and giving it a shot. So I appreciate that. Colleagues, questions for Roger? Let me just take up with Derek. Do you?
Yeah,
oh,
so,
yeah, Derek, go ahead.
I know I've seen some comments on the comment line and going through that, and I know there's challenges with it. And maybe this is more of a Craig Rouse option, but just plans around facilities and call it summer practices. And I know everything's changing, but just looking at that angle.
I'll start with the practice piece in a sense. We again are wanting to have our students back on campuses, engaged in activities, athletic practices, anything we can as quickly as we can. What we don't have right now are any additional guidance on how to modify those practices, those events to make sure they're safe, but allow students to participate. So we're still working with CIF and SFL to get that guidance so that we can know how we appropriately manage that. And we know that, frankly, pro athletic teams, collegiate athletic teams are working through this right now as well. And we're really no different than them in trying to grapple with the situation. And so as we have that information, we look to adjust that. For our fall athletics, the practice time under the normal CIF rules is that last week of July. And so we know that we'll be continuing to monitor this situation as we get closer to that and making adjustments. And we'll be working with our athletic directors at the high schools, our coaches, to make those adjustments as best we can. And they can involve things like possibly having students show up in their uniform and their practice gear so they're not using a locker room. So we're going to work through those things and provide that updated information. But we just frankly don't have the guidance at this point to give a lot of details, but we are wanting to get back to that and do so in a safe way.
Thank you. Camille, did you, as our CIF representative, do you want to say something?
So yeah, just to build on what Roger has said, our section, I sit on the board of managers for our San Joaquin section, and they are meeting next week on May 28th, and we'll have some of these discussions as well. And I've talked to Roger and told him, you know, I would, you know, really stress the need for guidance and for advice that we can use as we move forward. So, and then likewise, I'll bring back to you whatever it is I learn quickly enough. So stay tuned next week. Okay.
Yeah. And obviously, I think the key too, Roger, the point of with CIF guidance and going with the SFL is like, even if we practice, if the SFL wasn't with us, there's no one to play. So we have to all go together. Otherwise, there's no competition. So trying to figure out how we can all do this as one. Derek, are you done? Do you have any other questions? You good? You good? Great. Eric, I think you had your hand up.
Yes. Questions, comments, looking at public comment. A lot of people have questions, want clarification. I think we want to make it real clear. What do we look to as guidance? What do we look through as binding directives in the fall? Or no, I shouldn't say the fall, and correct me if I'm wrong. At any point next year, I think the public wants to know who is making the decision to quote unquote close schools or open schools or do something in the middle of this continuum. So can you help just reiterate and clarify some of that and give us an opportunity to ask clarifying questions?
Absolutely. So the public health officers have the ability to order closure of facilities under a public safety measure. And so they've had that this whole time. And so if we get a public health order, then we would abide by a public health order. And we would, and if we need clarification or we questions about that, we absolutely will do that to public health officials. So there is one level of, there's an order that we are compelled to obey. Also, the governor or other authorities like that could issue executive orders that bind us as well. And so we would follow those orders. And we've seen both of those occur in different ways in our county and in our state. Then beyond orders or we then can get guidance. And guidance is exactly what it sounds like. It is meant to guide us in decision-making and lay out information for us to consider as the decisions are made. So the guidance is really meant to be the best thinking of public health officials and other experts in guiding us in how to approach and deal with a situation. So we do hope and anticipate getting guidance around public school reopening. And then it really is up to us locally to look at that guidance and then to come to some decisions. Our public health officer would be willing and has been to help interpret any state guidance or regulations for us locally, which is very appropriate because Placer County is different than large parts of the other state like Los Angeles and San Francisco and even neighboring Sacramento. And so we would look to get any additional of that clarification on that guidance. And then really it's up to the school board ultimately to take a look at that guidance and based on recommendations from staff and other information the board needs to look at decisions around that. So we were never ordered to close schools, for example, in this state or in this county. However, we were given strong guidance about the need to do so, and we acted appropriately with that guidance, and that was important that we did so. And we did so in conjunction with the rest of the county and frankly the rest of the state to do that. So that really is the difference between orders we must follow and guidance we receive that we want to consider. And again, I would mention that we would make sure that we look at the guidance is, none of us are medical experts, and so we do want to be attentive to folks that have expertise in looking at that guidance, but also weighing that in what the best needs of our students are as well.
Eric, are you good, Eric?
Yeah, I think one last comment, clarification, and correct me if you disagree, but I think our approach is, the hope is we can be open like quote unquote normal. Of course, there would be a ton more cleaning all of next year, but it is far better to think through options now in between totally open, totally closed, because we may be able to open normal, but at some point, like when flu season kicks in, if we don't have a vaccine, if infections and the death rate are going back up, we may be told we need to close, or we may be told that we need to put new restrictions or new changes in place. So the goal is really to think through those options now so that we can be getting ahead of this if we have to go there next year.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing, is we want to be able to pivot as needed as quickly as possible to other changing scenarios if we're required to do so, because that is the one thing we've learned is this is wholly unpredictable. We have no idea what the next few months will bring, and we don't know what those conditions are like. So the best thing we can do is be prepared to address them. In that way, we can ensure a smooth transition for our families and our students. And that is what I'm proud of, as we were able to quickly transition from being closed to online learning. And that's because we were able to collaborate with our labor partners. We have amazing people working in this district that allowed us to do that. And so we're trying to do the same approach here, is have, several options that we can turn to if, full reopening changes on us as we navigate the next year.
Great, thank you. Camille?
I think the other thing, just in talking about, what going by the governor's executive orders, and the other thing to remember is the legislature has the opportunity to pass laws, which there are many right now that are COVID related. So as we get into the new year, I'm sure we're going to see new, laws, regulations that also we would, if they concern us, would have to follow as well. So just another place where we could have more than guidance to direct us as to how this works. But appreciate your comments, Eric, to say we really need to be prepared to go from closure to open and anywhere in between, and to think about not only in the classroom, but all that goes on with that outside. We've talked about extracurricular activities and athletics, but also just for working parents, for childcare and where that is, and what we're doing for after school programs, or are we? Or so there's a host of decisions that are affected by opening and closing, or somewhere in between. So it really is a multi-layered decision-making event.
Right. Thanks, Camille. Rochelle?
I feel like I have to raise my hand, talk over each other. I appreciate what you shared. And appreciate especially the difference between the health order that we must follow and the executive, the orders that we must follow, and also the guidance that we want to for sure consider. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to deal to address the public comment, but I did want to ask one specific question. Will parents and families be able to choose an option and change their mind through the school year? I started with distance learning, and now school's back in and I want to join. Is that going to be flexible for families?
We want to provide flexibility. We don't imagine that you're going to pick one option and you're stuck all year. We know that that's not realistic. However, as we work through that option, one of the things we're going to be asking families in our survey that goes out is, if we were to reopen fully, would you send your child or would you want online? And the same if we're in another option, because we need to gather that information related to that. So we will be wanting to give families that option to toggle back and forth. But to be candid, we won't be able to say you wanted online learning, you tried it 3 days, and now on Thursday you want to come back. We need time to have that information, make sure we have a spot in the classroom. We've adjusted, we've gotten the schedule. So there will be some windows that we'll be working with to identify that if you've chosen this, how will you transition to another option? And of course, if there's an emergency situation, a health situation where someone's sick or something, we'll work to adjust right away like we normally would. But if it's just the preference piece, we'll have to set up some windows and ways to manage that. So for us as well. But there will be there won't be a your pick one option, you're stuck for the year.
Thank you. That sounds reasonable and fair. Can you tell me, if we do go with the second option, the thought and some more detail behind a full day of collaboration and planning?
Yeah, in looking at this, one of the things we want to make sure is we look at quality and quantity. So, because we know that the quality of education that students receive is very important. And so if you look at the model on the option B, if we have students attending for each, and half of our students at a time attending for 2 full days, that means that teachers are providing 4 full days of in-class instruction. And then we also want to have students, when they're not in school, have online learning. We have to acknowledge that if teachers are teaching for 4 full days of in-classroom, they need time to plan and prepare the online content as well. And so in our normal situation, if they're working their normal day, doing the full in-class instruction, and then we say, by the way, we also need to have 2 additional days of online learning prepared, we need to give space for teachers to create that content, to collaborate and to plan for it so it's the best quality for our students, versus it's just put together at the end of a long day of full in-person teaching. And so we really want to make sure we can ensure some quality. And I will share it, is unique as that option sounds, of 4 days with a collaboration day, is I've talked to neighboring superintendents and other districts around us. That is, when they have to look at a non-full opening option, that is something that's very common in that consideration of looking at either 4 days of either half days or alternating days, along with the additional planning time. So it may sound unique to families, but I can tell you it's a very common consideration around us in the neighboring school districts, if I've consulted with other superintendents to see what their thinking and planning is at this time.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Sorry, Derek. I appreciate the survey. I think that's going to be really key, that we find out what is working for families, what is not working for families as we move forward, especially if we have to start in a non-traditional way. So I just want to encourage community members to really give us some detailed feedback.
Thanks, Rochelle. Derek, I think you had another question.
Yeah, just again, following up on the 1 day part, given that you have potentially some kids on some days and whatever, is that extra day, the expectation then for the student is just an extra day of online, or is it kind of learn as you go, or?
And those are the pieces we're working out. We would imagine there would be the online learning piece for them. And that's where we're working literally through these options as we go. We have not fully fleshed out exactly that option. We're actually continuing to collaborate with our teachers and our principals. And we have a working group of about 34 people, actually, from teachers to principals to psychologists to, other people, looking at how to flesh out these options. What we know is that families and our colleagues want to know our thinking as we're working through this. So the goal really in sharing this tonight was to share with people, here's our current thinking about this. We know details will evolve as we move forward. And frankly, as we get additional feedback from our families around what's working, what's not. So we are continuing to develop these as we go.
Great. Okay, I have a couple questions as well, just to let my colleagues know that the plan is after we finish this round of questions, we're going to go to public comment, which is just simply to say we're actually going to all take the time to read the public comment, make sure we're clear, and then try to bring those questions back into the conversations, whatever we have not, where we not addressed. So the question I had for you, Roger, is so I think that well, actually, there was something I actually want to say about graduation, because I wanted to make sure that this was clear to folks. I know that in thinking about graduation, that it's obviously the desire to have parents in the hall any way possible. Right now, based on the guidance we expect, it would likely not be. But to be clear, the idea is the 50 kids would be not on the football field, but in the gym. And the reason it would be is if we're doing 50 at a time to get the entire class, it will literally take us all day long. In late July, it will be very, very hot. And so we cannot be on the football field. We stay in the air-conditioned gym and run through, and that's why it's more limiting in terms of the number of people you can put in the gym. So I just wanted, because I do think because it doesn't make sense why we couldn't fill a little more of the football field if we were out there. But hopefully, as you've said, and we all hope, and I know Derek and I particularly hope, that things will change and they'll expand that, and we can have more kids, and we could maybe even move to the football field. We could do early in the day and late at night, and we could just have two, and that's clearly where we're hoping and where we hope we get to. So I appreciate this notion of the 3 potential places, and I think also as talked about the additional potential of moving between them, of starting full and then having to back off and go back, and we can be in and out, and that's certainly possible as well. Obviously, 2 of the 3, and the fact that we're going to offer distance learning to anyone that wants it full time, so it's always available no matter what. But then there's a good chance that some, if not all, of our kids at some point next academic year will be experiencing more distance learning. And while I'm super proud of our teachers and the work that they've done, and our administrators and your support staff in getting things ready, and I think they've done yeoman's work, it's also pretty clear it's not ideal. It's not as good as as being with someone. I don't think anyone in teaching would disagree that they'd rather be with our kids for sure. But there's also inconsistencies and inconsistencies around expectations, around quality. And so as we're all learning and trying to figure it out, as you would expect. But so there was this moment where we were in a crisis and had to sort of deal with it. As we move then into what could be a more likely knowing need to have to provide distance learning, what have we learned? Like, so I know, and I put you on, I know Kathy's on the line, I don't know if she can take it, but I'd love to know sort of what our thinking is around distance learning, like what we think has worked well, what does not work well, and how we think about it differently as we move into the fall.
I'll jump in a little bit and then ask Kathy to join in, and then absolutely, Bill, Marty, please as well. One of the first pieces is we knew we needed to manage the connectivity issue and access issue, because even though most in our community have access to technology, we needed to make sure we really hit hard and identified students that needed access to the internet, access to devices, to make sure that they could continue learning, and we really addressed equity issues. We were very fortunate in our district to have enough Chromebooks in hotspots to get those in the hands of students. So we know that that was essential, and that we did it so in a very quick and efficient way, and need to make sure we continue to make sure that there's just that access to learning. And then we also looked and learned that we really actually asked every teacher to radically change how they do their job. And so we knew that the importance of having learning management systems, Schoology, Google Classroom in place was critical. We in even conversations with yesterday with our labor partners and teachers, recognize that one of the things we would do when we have students return in August is quickly make sure everyone knows how to navigate online learning in a full comprehensive way. So if we switch to that, there's a deep understanding versus trying to do it remotely. And we've also are looking at, what's the right mix of synchronous, like on-demand learning, and, all show up at this time, versus making time available, and looking at, what's really the appropriate amount of time for students to be spent on screen, and even looking at different types of tasks. So are there opportunities to encourage more project-based, more collaboration, which actually gives students more interaction and break up some of the isolation and allow them to be creative, versus some of the more traditional ways of working. So we're balancing all that, and we also are learning which tools support educators and families better and which ones don't. We've learned how to master Zoom in many ways, and in Google Hangout, And so that's just some of the initial pieces. Kathy, can you please add in?
Kathy, you're muted still. It's the international hello.
No problem. Roger, you mentioned that balance of synchronous versus asynchronous. We are talking in terms of, what is that sweet spot? The combination of online being engaged with the teacher or classroom versus doing something independent. What's the balance? And it sometimes may look different for different students. We're also learning that there's a piece for parent support, especially for our little ones who need some additional support navigating some of the platforms and tools. When Roger talked about the Zoom, the capacity to have small group instruction and have breakout rooms is very powerful, and that's a piece that we want to continue to explore and utilize to provide small group instruction. We're also learning a lot about assessment and how can we use formative assessments online, as well as, what tools will assist us with that. And, when we look at a summative assessment, what do we need to do to get that information? We're not convinced online is the best way to get a summative type of assessment. And I do want to comment on the option of some sort of hybrid, because we really are going to be looking at a different kind of framework. Certainly in the model that we're looking at, you would not teach the same breadth of content perhaps that we think of in a normal school year. We will have to be rethinking, sometimes we call it a flipped classroom, where there's some in-person instruction and support, but there is a portion that is done offline. And so how we think about designing the essentials in that curriculum or that curricular approach it takes some collaboration time and really rethinking in a different kind of framework. So those are the things we've learned and we're still thinking and grappling with.
Thanks, Kathy, I appreciate that. So one other quick question, then a comment is, so regardless of how we come back in any of the three scenarios or between the scenarios, I just want to be clear that it is the intention and belief of the system that we will be back to a full grading system. And so that's I want to make sure that, which is to say we will back through our A3 and we will not be on, you can't promote or you can't move forward. Is that, just want to clarify.
We absolutely, that is another piece, the assessment is important to inform our instruction, but it's also, there's a piece of accountability and progress monitoring that we know we need to do. So when we return next year, we are not looking at probably a hold harmless model. We do need to, get back to how we assess our students.
What I do want to just add into that is, we have a model in our district, and I'm very proud of, and this has existed really since the opening of our high schools, of really looking at things in a mastery approach of how do we make sure students have the learning. We give opportunities for students to demonstrate their learning throughout a year versus just at one fixed time. And that's going to be critical. So we want to keep the best of those pieces, and we think that's really going to be critical for our students. But we do recognize, for example, that high school students need a transcript to apply to college, and they need letter grades on those. And so we will work to make sure that what we do internally also makes sense externally as well, as we make decisions for us, but also look around us about those decisions. And we're really fortunate in elementary that we look at learning on a continuum and a progression. And so that will allow us to work with parents as we assess that learning and communicate with them around where their child's at in progression of learning. And that we think is, again, fortunate that we have that in place and will allow us to continue to assess and communicate together with families.
So I appreciate that, and Camille, just one thing, and I'll turn to you. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that. I mean, this is unbelievably difficult. I've said the notion of trying to a skill set in distance learning is completely different than a skill set of teaching in the classroom. So all these people having to learn all of these new skills overnight is incredible. Nevertheless, a humility of us acknowledging that we have a lot to learn and that we're not perfect at this. And so thinking about the next year, while I appreciate the idea of a fifth day being for for preparation, and there certainly is needed time for preparation. I would hope that some sort of learning was also part of that extra day, and that we were making sure that our PLCs were active and engaged, and there was professional development going on. Because again, we're all trying to figure this out together. And if we go isolate into every single classroom and don't talk to each other, don't learn from each other, and which can happen because we're not together physically. So making sure that we, from a district perspective, are setting up processes to ensure and allow and encourage that internal learning is going to be, I hope, a critical part of that additional day to make sure that we're doing the highest quality instruction that we can, given the circumstances. Camille?
Just to think back, Kathy, thanks so much for your comments, and thinking about how much and what it is we're teaching. So for me, on the part of the people I work with, parents are struggling. They're trying to do a full day's work along with doing schoolwork and understanding, and you're exactly right. You kind of got to be there with your first grade kindergartner, you know, as they're going through, and balancing all of that is tricky for parents. And you know, they're taking vacation every week in order to help their children with their education. So we just need to put that in the mix of as we think about what all the things we want children to do online and at home. What kind of support are they going to need to do that? So I would just ask that we make sure that that is going forward in the mix of how we think about it.
Derek?
Yeah, just one more, and going off what Camille said, and I get the challenge and the difficulties with working with that. With the expectation of kids doing their learning, going through the studies, the homework, the projects, etc., outside of the normal, 8 to 4, 7 to 2:30, whatever model that we've traditionally had. Are we looking at opportunities to be able to connect with teachers and other students outside of the normal hours? Just because if we're limiting to a certain time frame, but we expect a lot more on your own, like anything else, I got to be able to reach out and have a question, because they're not always going to happen between 7 and 2 type thing.
Again, those are things we're grappling with, and not even just 7 to 2, but say I go to school in person Monday and Wednesday, or Tuesday and Thursday, but Wednesday, Friday, I'm online. What's that ability if I have a question to get help? We're navigating that. Some of that may come from teachers. Some of that may come from our paraeducators and other people. So part of the challenges for us is to rethink the different roles and different ways people work to provide support to students. And there will be, like, we know that teachers, almost every teacher I know, works to provide before or after school or even lunchtime help to students. So how we work with it, how teachers feel free to do that, I think will be critical. And I can tell you, I've heard from multiple students that advanced placement students, for example, that their teachers have been working with them to give them tutoring, extra help to prepare for those May AP exams. And so I think while we can structure some of that, I also think that our teachers who do that naturally will continue to do that. So it is going to be a way of how do we manage that. And I think we have to check in with students to find out how that's working. So for example, math is how do we make sure that we provide that support for students as well, because that's a common area of need and support. So we're going to have to continue to evolve that, but I appreciate you bringing that up, that that's going to be a need, that we don't just provide support, access to support to students when they're on campus, but also when they may not be. And I think that's the power of online, is we are starting to blow up the traditional brick and mortar of when learning can occur and the times. Because I can tell you, when my old kids were in high school, they often would be doing homework at 10, 11, leaving later. And so I think we're getting a chance to grapple with how we think about education differently. And I think that's the exciting opportunities for us ahead.
I will just add the one other piece that we have learned, we know, and that we want to continue to address in a very powerful way, especially when we do get back, is that the students, there's been a lot of social emotional needs that have come out of this crisis, and We've been talking in terms of students, number one, feeling safe, feeling connected, not only to, school, but to each other and a community and that sense of hope. So we're also looking at how do we build structures and strategies to support students in that in their social emotional needs.
And there's been explicit conversation too around several goals, and these are not unusual to any opening. But we know, as Kathy said, we need to make sure there's that social emotional work that's done. And that's building the classroom community that naturally occurs. But we really now need to be even more intentional because we don't know different students' trauma levels or other issues that have occurred. So we want to look to identify that, make sure there's support. But we know that social emotional part that comes of building a classroom community is really important. We also know that teachers naturally are assessing students, whether it be their different levels of reading or other areas. And that's a natural part of starting a year, that we allow that space for that to occur. And then working on any remediation that may be there as we identify those gaps. So we know out the gate, those are some critical pieces that need to occur the first several weeks back, along with, and this came up from one of our teachers at Rocklin Elementary, I need to make sure our students can access online learning. They understand how I function as a teacher, our class will, in case all of a sudden we get pushed into that. So we know those are going to be some critical pieces, but those are not unusual to an opening of a year. But there's going to be an even more importance to some of those that maybe wouldn't have been there in prior years. So it's kind of a go slow to go fast with the learning this year.
Well, and I think to that point on the social emotional side, as their parents go back to work, in a lot of cases where you have, maybe kids who you might not think would stay at home by themselves, but families will be in a position where that happens. How we got to figure out how we're going to support those kids as well. So
I'd also add the social emotional needs of our adults. Or like one thing in particular, like obviously our teachers and everyone in their community is going through difficulty right now. But in particular, if we end up having to go to this 2-day, if I'm a teacher with a child in our system, which a lot of our teachers are, I now have a childcare issue I didn't have before, and that's crazy stressful. So thinking about how that plays on them and what any support we can provide, whatever we need to be thinking everything we can do to make sure that we're providing everything within reason. So, all right. Any other questions before we awkwardly turn to public comment? There's no easy way to do this. I guess what I'm going to ask is folks to at least take some time to read public comment, although it sounds like most of you are doing better than I am at reading it while we're talking, but take a look at it. And in particular, I think, why don't I just sort of open mics and say, if you see something in there that you feel was not addressed, please raise it up.
So Rick, do you want to just start? Do you want us just to start?
Please.
Okay. So just taking a look at a handful of them, I'm trying to summarize different people, so I won't call out names or anything, but there's comments around, I think we talked a little about the variation between learning and teachers and consistency with online and not online and different Zoom meetings, et cetera. I'm trying to summarize that, but I know that there's always variation between students and there's variation between teachers and processes, but just to kind of summarize, I guess it's continuous improvement that we'll look to do in the future.
Again, part of this is we were thrown in suddenly to this different way of teaching and learning, and we asked everybody to totally change radically how you do your job overnight. And we knew that we would have variance in that for students and staff. And what we're looking to do is get that information back from students and from staff around what worked, what more support, what challenges, to try to build a more coherent and consistent model. And that goes to some of those leadership tensions I mentioned earlier as we're kind of pushing innovation. How do we also have the consistency as we're encouraging that innovation? How do we also have that coherence? So we're working through that in an online piece of how do we have more consistency, coherence, as we go through this. But really, we did enter this unprecedented, almost, I don't want to say experiment, but these times of learning how this best works for us. And so we knew there would be some variance, and our goal is to strengthen around best practices, most effective processes, and to put those more in place. But we also want to make sure that our teachers have that freedom, because teaching is, as much as it can be a science, it really is an art. So we want to make sure that we allow teachers to use their best professional judgment on the best way to teach students, to get their content across, and to develop learning. So it's that, how do we put those guidelines in place and then allow that creativity and that adjustment is teachers realize this class may be different, or this student than this student or this class. So we'll be working within that to continue to evolve and learn. And that's where that feedback will be important for us to continue, not just in this initial survey, but as we go through to seek. And teachers do that all the time. They're looking for feedback from students around this worked, this didn't work. And so we'll be continuing to not just have that individually, but as Mr. Miller mentioned, our PLCs, having those conversations, and then and continuing to evolve. So we do understand there's that variability, and we're looking to, as we build that in, to have a little bit more consistency and coherence throughout the system.
Can you talk a little bit about the secondary? As you know, we have blue and silver or maroon and gold days at Whitney and Rocklin, and so you have the 4 and 4 schedule. If we went to this two-day, how would that work?
That's what we're working. Again, those are some of the details we're working out. The initial thought could be a couple different variations. One is that we could say, okay, students will continue to take the 8 classes, and so Tuesday might be blue day and Thursday silver day. Another option is we could look at saying we're going to just have 4 classes at a time, and so we're working through those. What we want to make sure we do is anything in that option B allows us to be in full opening if we need to, and then to pivot back. So we don't want to have option B do anything that prevents us from being in our full normal mode. So right now, I would say based on that, we would still have blue and silver and maroon and gold days to allow us to pivot back and forth as needed.
And then maybe talk a little bit, then maybe Rochelle, if you have a question, I'll let you go next. So is that one question here about cleaning. So can you talk a little bit how often classes are cleaned last year and how often you're thinking about cleaning them this year, if we're back?
Right. There's differences between cleaning and sanitization. And so that may not sound significant, but it really is. So cleaning involves things like, wiping everything down, vacuuming everything, emptying all the garbage, and a host of other things that our custodial crews do. Sanitization is different in terms of it's ensuring that we've wiped all the surfaces down, that we've, of course, emptied the garbage and done that type of work. So we do a rotational schedule. Our youngest learners, kindergartners, those of you that have had, TK kindergarten kids know they're a little bit messier. And so we sanitize and clean those rooms daily. Our other elementary classrooms, we do clean on a rotational schedule, and that's worked. And then our middle and high schools, we also do a variety schedule. One of the things going forward into next year is we've been looking at how do we increase that every classroom is sanitized every day. So that would mean using the probiotics that allow us to ensure all the high touch surfaces, all the touch surfaces are wiped down, garbage is emptied, and we have that occurring so that we can minimize any potential transmission of disease. To do that, we would actually probably need to hire more custodians. We're estimating anywhere in that range of 12 to 13 more custodians, and that would be an additional cost of nearly $1 million to the district to ensure that we could sanitize every classroom, every area, every day. And so we're putting that into our planning. But again, as you'll hear, we're going to be challenged to have significant budget cuts due to the economic times, while we're having to do more. But we also know we can't compromise on sanitization and health.
Thanks, Rochelle.
There's a couple questions about how this is going to look maybe in the winter, especially if we have, now flu and COVID season, and what the plan would be. Say there's, a student that gets it at the high school, how we will deal with that. on that campus, how parents will be notified, with the school be shut down. What proactive planning is being done for these types of scenarios?
Great question. And this is for a frame that I know people get tired of hearing, but with what we know now, which will change and evolve, we're doing a few things. One is we're making sure we have an online platform that's robust and is ready to go, that has access for students, so that if we have to move to that, we're ready and we don't have a gap in learning for students. Secondly, we're going to be working with public health officials around exactly what are the triggers that would say we need to notify, students and staff and families. While we're protecting privacy of students, we have to make sure we meet, those privacy protections, but also notify. So we'll get guidance on, this occurred and this is the notification we need to do. We also will get guidance on, how we make sure, do we need to close a school to get additional deep cleaning done and then reopen? We don't know the answer on if you have 1 sick student or 1 sick staff member, what that means in terms of school closure. We're working to get that as we go through this process. But we are committed to informing, our families and our students and our staff around these conditions as we need to do so. And we also are working to reinforce those just hygiene practices, washing of hands. If you feel sick, don't come to school, don't come to work, stay home. If you've been in contact with somebody that's positive, there's a quarantining protocol that we'll want to make sure people understand and that we work with. So those will be things that we do to go forward to manage this, but we don't have the specifics in place at this time, and we will work towards that as we get the guidance. But it is something we're attentive to and know that it will be a reality that we're all grappling with, and not just in Rocklin, but throughout the state and nation.
That's right.
Thanks.
Let me do a couple more, then I'll turn to others if they're seeing others. So one, there's a couple of folks not liking this format, not liking the way we're doing public comment. And a desire to actually have their literal voices heard. So I know it is our hope that our next meeting we can go back to the boardroom with social distancing, although I think it's likely it wouldn't be with public, but that we would at least take a step in that direction. But thinking about if there's a way to think differently about this public comment to get folks' literal voice in the room, I think would be appreciated. And then the other thing was this notion of who's making the decision locally or statewide. And so, I just want to reiterate what I heard you say and make sure that I have this right, which is to say that if we're directed, we're directed. But if we're not directed, which I think is likely, certainly not by the state and not even locally, if we follow, when you say we will follow guidance, I heard two things. We will follow Placer County guidance. We're not interested in what the LA Health Directive has to say. We're following Placer County's guidance. And number two, we are looking at what other districts in our region. So what's Granite Bay doing? What's Loomis doing? What's Roseville doing? And we're trying to coordinate those together. So it's very much will be locally oriented what decision we make.
That's correct. And some of the guidance we've received is, here's some suggestions and do your best. So we'll have to take a look at those as well, because there will be some things that, like, if you have a fever, you're sick, stay home. Absolutely. But there may be other guidance we get that says, we encourage social distancing and we want you to do your best to separate people 6 feet apart. If you've been to a kindergarten classroom recently, you know that 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds struggle to stay 6 feet apart. And so we're going to really have to take a look at that guidance and say, how can we sincerely do our best to follow that? But what does that mean? And that's where we'll be looking at those recommendations and really locally to say, here's what we think we can do to meet this. And if there's some cases that are absolute, we'll work with that. And if there's others that are just, recommendations, then we'll have to look at those.
I appreciate that. And I do also think, though, the point is that clearly we're not LA, we're not the Bay Area, and we have what, and so we would think differently because we are different. And so making sure that we have that local ability to do what's best for our community is going to be important.
Right. And it's very unlikely we're going to get absolute trigger points like X means you do Y. And that is the hard part of this is We may do something and find out it works and do more. We may find it doesn't work as well and we need to change. And so that's where we're going to have to just be flexible with that and learn as we go forward, because we may say, well, this makes sense to do to follow the guidelines, and it doesn't work because so we'll change. And even as we talk about full opening, the guidance we still have at this point is that we increase sanitization and that we limit mass gathering. So while we may fully reopen with everybody on campus on August 12th, we may not have recess like we've done, or we may not all eat in the cafeteria. So even with that, there may be guidance that we use while we look to a full reopening. And so that's where, when we put in that option, full reopening following guidance, means that we may have some adjustments like that in regards to like recess and eating in the cafeteria and even use of locker rooms for PE classes and things. So that's where we'll be adjusting. And frankly, as much as we want to work through that, the best thing I think that you as a board can do is give that direction to us, and then really allow me and colleagues to work with principals, teachers to best implement that in our local schools and classes, because there will be unique conditions at each school as well. So that's really will be the most helpful as we work through implementation.
Yeah. Sorry, Rochelle, were you gonna ask one more?
Question just came up about temperature checks and masks. Do you want to address that, Roger?
Sure. We, again, with what we know now in the guidance we have today on May 20th, which may be different on August 12th and as we go forward, again, with that disclaimer, right now at this point, we are not looking to require students to wear masks. We absolutely will. If a parent wants to send their child to school with a mask, we absolutely will allow that, but we aren't looking to require that. And part of that is that it's very difficult to monitor and enforce for us as well. But we absolutely will welcome that if a parent feels that's the best way to keep their child safe. For staff, we will have masks available for them. We've already looked to places some orders for that, and so that they have that protection as well. And if, for example, we need for kindergartners or say our speech and language therapists, they want face shields so they don't have masks, we'll work with them to feel they have those PPE is best appropriate for them. In regards to taking temperatures, there's a lot of guidance that goes around about that. And the reality is, for us to say have 2,000 kids in a high school campus, or even 1,000, and say we're going to line you up and have you take your temperature as you come through is not realistic. One, you can imagine the queuing, the amount of time that would take. And then the other scientific piece is you may not have a temperature because you're asymptomatic. So while we scan you and say no fever, you still could have, be a carrier. And so it could be a false positive related to that. And if you even think about lining up on August 12th outside in the heat, you might be hotter than normal. So we aren't looking at this time to do scanning of every student or employee of coming in. We are going to reinforce if you have a fever, if you're coughing, if you have other symptoms, stay home, don't come to work, don't come to school. But we are not looking to do mass screening. And again, if we get ordered to do so, we'll work with that. If there's different guidance, we'll work with that. But from what we know right now, we're not going to be requiring those things to occur in our schools.
Great, thank you. Let me just recap one thing. I think we're through the public comment. I apologize, I'm sure we missed something. We tried to get through it. Maybe my colleagues can check if we missed something. But last couple comments I did see, I do want to just reiterate where we started, which is that it is our desire to make sure we are fully back in school. That's where we want to go, and that's where we intend to go, and we're looking to go. We will, though, have to back off that and do the possibility of every couple days to the possibility of full distance learning if that's what guidance tells us. And what will guide that decision ultimately is the school board will make that decision. We will likely have a special meeting somewhere in July where we will make that decision collectively. And what will guide that decision is guidance from the Placer County Health Office of what they are recommending we do in terms of opening or closing, or how that looks, or social distancing or not. And the second thing is what our local other districts are doing as well. So making sure that if we're paying attention to Loomis and Granite Bay and others, and making sure we're all trying to think about this as a region. And that's sort of, yeah, sorry. And that's what
I was just going to say, the other thing we want to say is if parents are uncomfortable with their children returning until there's a vaccine, or they want, they just aren't comfortable, we are going to have an online option. We don't want parents to feel that the only way to stay part of RUSD and the quality of education we provide is to have to return. If you feel that online's best for your child and safest for your child, then we want to give families those options as well and still be a part of the district. So we're working hard to make sure that option is there and in place and at a high quality like people expect from our district.
All right, well, thank you. Oh, sorry, Rochelle.
I was just going to say, I love living in Placer County for a million reasons. And especially now, we really do have a lot to be grateful for. Our numbers are low. And so I'm just grateful for that. That's something to really be positive about.
Derek, did you want to?
Yeah, just trying to do some real quick math on the fly, Rick. Just looking at the comments and things, there is and just to summarize it, there was a majority of the comments and the feedback was, hey, I want regular school. I want, to get back to normalcy. So just to kind of summarize it, there's a handful of random questions, but just to kind of give you perspective, the majority of folks out there had a comment, at least partially, if not fully, of, can we please go back to regular school, ASAP type thing.
Thanks, Derek. Eric, did you want to make a final statement?
Sure. I think we both tonight in the public comment, but just from people we talk to in the community, like we are getting a lot of questions, a lot of specific questions. Is it a fair summary to say we don't yet have a lot of specific answers because the guidance and the rules are shifting? The reality of the facts on the ground are going to be different in a couple months. And also, I'm reminded of that phrase, like you're building the plane as it's taking off. That's really what we've done this spring. And is it fair? Is it safe to say, is it accurate to say that, as the superintendent said, we are going to have an online option, which will be an option, and we might find ourselves in a case where we need to go back to distance learning. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet, but it will look different because we are taking the time to get input from teachers and increasingly parents about what has worked and what hasn't, and how can we tackle this in a different way to both have a sustainable model that our teachers can continue to deliver, and in a way that's going to assess students and just do a more robust job delivering the curriculum. Because we all know, we recognize that since this all started, we were thrown into this emergency. We were told you don't need to grade students, students won't be graded, and you don't even need to continue to deliver new instruction. I think this could change for next year, but we've all been hearing that next year, if we wind up in distance learning, that won't be the case. Even if we wanted to take things easier, we're going to have to maintain high expectations. We're going to have to teach new material. We're going to have to grade and assess students. So that is a huge undertaking. From my perspective, I think, one of the reasons literally right now we don't have a lot of those specific answers is because we are talking about all this in our meeting. Like, this is our update. We're asking questions. This is ongoing work. It's informing the public so that the public can continue to ask those questions, continue to give us feedback. We're not trying to work all this out and then just say to parents, all right, here's what's happening. But the reality is that means we're still early in this process. There's a lot of uncertainty.
And that's correct. And then even like things like graduation, for example, we could get public health guidance in May, but I really want July public health guidance around July events. And so part of that is going to be, we are trying to plan for the future months out. And the advice we want to follow and that we want to provide the board is advice that's relevant in the current condition versus asking them to project what the advice would be in those conditions. So I think it's wise of the board to say, we're going to put off any final decisions till we get closer to the start, as hard as that may be for families who we all want certainty. but that we can use the best guidance at the time we're looking at the decision versus asking someone to say in May, tell us what August is going to be like. Because I can't tell you the weather on August 12th today on May 20th. Right. And so I think the board gets to make a better decision the closer we get, even though we are going to get a ton of questions of wanting certainty now. I think it just is going to provide a better decision for the board.
Derek?
Yeah, I think just to help folks out that are online or asking questions, I know we're going to put out a survey and we're going to look to get that feedback. And we talked about getting some feedback as far as what was working, what did. I know we're doing it with the teachers. Is there an avenue where, if I, as a parent, I want to at least provide some perspective of what I found worked and didn't work from my kids or my classes, or is it purely the survey and then there'll be like notes on that or something?
No, absolutely. The survey and that is designed to absolutely ask parents from your perspective what worked, what didn't work, and we want to have that input ranging from these things seem to work best to help my child learn. Here's how much time they spent. We want to grab all of that and look at that information, and we'll of course provide an opportunity for parents to give comments that they may feel will be helpful to us. And so that way we can get all that information and use that in our planning, provide that of course to the board for them to be aware. And so that's why we're wanting to get the survey out, wanting to get information back literally next week from families, because the planning is going on as we're building that plane. And so we want to continue to do that. And so that will be the mechanism we use now as we go forward. We needed to kind of get some initial thinking so that we could get feedback on it, but we didn't want to finalize our planning until we heard from families. So it's finding that best spot to get that, and that will be critical to help us going forward as well.
Eric?
Oh, and related to that, if as we head into summer, if more restrictions are eased and if it becomes possible to facilitate conversations, focus groups, meetings with parents, I would love if we could do that, because it's not the same just receiving written comment. It's great that the survey is going out so that we can hear from thousands of families, but it is so much nicer when you can have an actual conversation and back and forth, and you can talk about ideas and really understand a family's story and where they're coming from. That is hard in text. It's even hard over Zoom. So even if it's not until later in the summer, I would just love it if we can make something like that happen within the restrictions that we have on in-person gatherings and meetings.
I appreciate that, and we will work to do that, and we will explore different formats, whether it be school-based or whether it be district-based as well. So I appreciate that feedback, and we'll work towards that goal.
All right, so I'm gonna make a final comment and then we'll wrap up. There are two questions. We could do this all night, but let me just try to get them. One, I'm not exactly sure how to ask it, but it's about viruses and bacteria killing viruses. I guess you said probiotic products. The question is, are we working to make sure we're ensuring whatever we're cleaning our classrooms with actually is effective against the COVID-19 vaccine?
Yes, our facilities and maintenance department follows CDC guidelines and recommendations on the cleaning products. And so we're following those recommendations on the products we purchase and use in our classrooms.
Great. Okay. And the final one is my friends are at both sides of the will not to asking questions. That's my question. The question is around the SFL. Specifically, though, and I believe it's a CIF decision more than an SFL decision. And I think the answer is yes, but I want to make sure it's yes, which is that if something changes and the CIF says you can practice, we, Rocklin, we're going to follow their guidelines. That is our intention. We're not looking to do something different. If they say practice, we will go back out and we will open our fields and do that. And if guidelines change locally to allow us to open our fields for Junior Thunder or others, we would do that. Right now, it doesn't allow us, but we certainly would if something changed. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we anticipate that if they say go forward and practice, that there will be changes to make sure it's safe. So I also want to be clear that even the initial thinking that I'm hearing is if it wouldn't be as you always knew it. So we might be doing additional wiping down of equipment, again, arriving at the field in your uniform. There would be other protocols to ensure the best we could, safety. So we absolutely would do that. And then that's the other piece where we're really hoping the CIF will assist us, because imagine in the SFL, we have 3 counties. And so if we're told just follow your local guidance, well, is that for only the Placer schools, and then the Sacramento schools like Folsom, and then the El Dorado County? So we want to absolutely get back to that as soon as we can, but there most likely will be, even as we return to that, some changes to ensure safety. So that's what we're waiting to look at. And we also, the overriding piece we've heard from public health is wanting to make sure we limit the size of gatherings so that there can be social distancing and other safe measures in place. And that's what we're grappling with and working with as we move forward. And we know that that's going to evolve as we go through the next several months. And so that's what we'll be looking to adjust. But if we can open, we get that go ahead, we will, and we'll be working with, again, our athletic directors, our coaches to do so.
All right. Thank
Roger,
you,
Rick, just to your earlier point, I know, short.
No,
people are not supposed to be
so close.
I know, but people are not supposed to be practicing until the end of July anyway for football. Now, people can do other things, which I know that they all do, but actual practice starts at the end of July.
Yeah, so weightlifting,
well, in fairness, I do
running, conditioning, but the helmet, the shoulder pads, that's all later.
And I think most important, this is the mother of Delaware's head football coach. So I think we have to be suspect of what she's, no, absolutely, exactly. We will clearly.
No practice until September.
Yes, exactly. So, all right. So thank you. I'm going to wrap this up. We're going to move on with the agenda. I do, though, in closing, just want to, Roger, thank you and thank Kathy for the work that her and her team have done. But mostly, I really do just want to, on behalf of all of us, thank our teachers. I mean, it has been an enormously difficult challenge getting us where we are today. And there's been some phenomenal work going on. What's clear from the comments tonight, clear from when we talk to people, there's a lot more work to be done, but there's a lot to be proud of. And finally, I think I appreciate our community involvement. We've got a lot of people on tonight, a lot of people interested, a lot of people very desirous of us moving forward. I think we all share the desire. We want to be back in school. We want to sit at the Corey Bowl. I want Derek to lose our ongoing bet. We're definitely all have that same interest. And so making sure that we stay focused is where we are. And I want Jack to be sad at his first year LMU, knowing that that his alma mater didn't win. All right. With that, we will move on, and I appreciate the comments. And just so you know, the comments will remain open, and as we go through each additional item, we will welcome and answer those questions as well. And so with that, no, actually, this is interesting. So I do want to pause and say this is also an opportunity for public comment beyond what we just went through, which was specifically related to an agenda item of COVID. So let me just say this is an opportunity for public comment. If you have any public comment on a non-agenda related item, please put it in the chat that you can find on our website now. And just a reminder, this agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance or listening online an opportunity to ask questions or discuss non-agenda items with the board. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to a staff member to follow up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to the employee's immediate supervisor or the principal as required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. And so I know I said that quickly. I know we moved quickly. I see no general public comment not on an agenda item. I will, elaborate if that changes and comes up. We will try to circle back. But with that, why don't we move on? Travis, let me give you a heads up if you can turn your camera on. And with that, we are going to introduce our TPA Rocklin Teacher Professional Association President, Travis Modier, for his report. Travis. I wish I had a Jeopardy soundtrack. There he is. All right.
Come on now.
Welcome, Travis.
I was muting my second screen, so I didn't get the echo effect. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for that lengthy discussion, which I know is not even the tip of the iceberg, but it's a discussion that's worth having and needs to continue to be had. So I do want to, I don't know if anybody acknowledged it, but but the beard, Mr. Stevens, is looking fresh. So I've been sitting here for like an hour waiting to compliment that. So I'm not going to lie, when I first logged on to the meeting tonight, I thought Jeff Dietrich, who's one of our assistant principals at Whitney High School, was in the boardroom because you look very similar with the full beard going. So Jack, I think you can agree if you've seen Mr. Dietrich regularly on campus. So anyway, good evening to all of you guys. Again, thank you on behalf of the teachers of Rocklin RTPA, the community members, parents alike, for all the work that you guys have done. I know this has been less than anything normal, and especially for you, Rochelle, who jumped in a weird situation already at the beginning of this school year. To have this as kind of your inaugural year as a board member has been an interesting journey, I'm sure. So really appreciate that. So I have a handful of notes, things just listening to your discussion areas that I want to kind of update you guys on, and then just share out some things. So bear with me, as well as everybody joining us online. I know sometimes our meetings can go a little longer than planned, and we all have things that we're juggling in the process, but I think it's worthwhile conversation, and appreciate everybody's time and attentiveness with everything. So I do want to, like Superintendent Stockton, I just want to acknowledge all of the efforts that are going into all of the crazy COVID juggling. Superintendent Stock mentioned the task force, or the interest-based team that's been working, 30 plus members made up of district office management, as well as RTPA members, working on kind of the what if questions that we have so many of and so few answers to. And just want to acknowledge the willingness from everybody involved in that, and even everybody that's not directly involved in that, to just kind of explore the vast number of options, and understanding that there is no perfect solution, unless we get the magic go ahead to just, business as usual August 12th, like we're all hoping and praying for. But again, we have to have contingencies, because if anything we've learned through all this is like it's been said on here many times, is it's going to change. And I know we mentioned this evening that change from May 20th to August 12th is likely to happen, but I think we're kidding ourselves if we don't acknowledge that change from May 20th to May 22nd is probably going to happen. So, and that may be change that's helpful, and that may be change that's more challenging, but nonetheless, it's the acknowledgement of that change and the willingness to keep working around that. So really appreciate that. I really want to just say thank you to everybody, and especially you board members, for acknowledging the hard work that's already gone into this. On behalf of all the teachers, and President Miller, you touched on a point that is obviously near and dear to my heart. When you touched on the reality of teachers that are doing this are also doing it from the parent perspective as well, not just the teacher in the classroom. And I know there's a lot of high expectations with Rocklin education and our standards and what we're truly capable of. I mean, we talk about it a lot of the time sitting in our boardroom. There's that big mural on the back of the wall that says excellence in education. And that is truly what we do. And while we're doing it differently, I think we still are doing an excellent job in that education. And I know it's not what everybody wants to be doing, and a lot of it's not in the form we want to be doing it. But nonetheless, I want to remind everybody that we are one of the few districts that jumped right in headfirst to distant learning, versus some of our area districts that kind of pushed pause for an extensive period of time. And no matter the gaps that may or may not come out of this, our gaps are going to be much smaller than some of those, knowing that we jumped in willing to make some of those mistakes and things right from the get-go. And that was from the get-go supported from the district, from our board members, all the way through our superintendent, all the way down to our classified staff, finding ways that they can be involved as well. So just really want to acknowledge that as we continue through this stuff. And again, just appreciate your guys' acknowledgement of all the hard work that's already gone in, and is very likely and going to be continuing into the fall, as well as all the summer months and weeks that we're going to be working on the ever-changing plan. So there are some things, though, that I do want to address, some concerns I have, and I know there's questions from the community, and I think they're very valid around the different options, right? Obviously, option one, there's not a lot of questions there, because that's the perfect scenario that we get to go back to school, and that's best for kids and staff alike. But one of the concerns that I just want to make sure that we factor in is, as one thing we've learned from all this, or one of the many things, is that change is difficult and change comes at a cost. Whether that's change that we choose or want, or change that's forced upon us. And the reason I bring that up is the question came up about the change, or the ability to kind of jump from distant learning to hybrid, or to whatever model we end up in. And while I understand there may be a need for that, I just want to make sure that as we make those decisions around that change or the flexibility in it, that we're cautious that the cost of that change, who that could come at the cost of, right? The gap in education jumping from one environment to the next, and likely going to maybe have some flux in who the teacher in place might be, as well as for the teachers themselves having to make those changes. If I'm doing an online thing and all my online students decide the following week or whatever it is that they're going to go on campus, I'm likely going to be changing to an on-campus model as well, because if I don't have online students, then I don't have anything, in the online world as a need. So just being mindful and cognizant of that change, while it's going to be a need of our community and our staff alike. But there's a right and a wrong way to go about that change. So I don't think that we're going to put it as like a light switch mentality where one day you're here and one day you're there and vice versa. But I do have concerns that the change and the back and forth may present some extra challenges that we could avoid if we're not careful in kind of the process and that change and how that could happen and what would be available in those things. I mean, the analogy I think of is when we have AP students that get into an AP class knowing the rigor, and then when the reality hits them, they want out of it. And while it may support that to leave that AP environment, they're also now coming in behind in that regular or non-AP environment class that they're jumping into, whether it's a few weeks or a few days. There is going to be some regression potentially there. So just something to keep in mind as we talk about this change or kind of options of going back and forth. And again, I don't think anybody's under the impression that Monday I'm an online kid and Wednesday I'm an on-campus kid and the next Monday, I don't think we're thinking that, but just to be mindful of that kind of stuff. As we know, change is difficult, change is hard. But again, I acknowledge that change might be necessary as we progress through this. And the big fear, as we all know, is that we get to go back onto campus, then we're forced back into distant learning, which I think is a real reality. And there's a lot of discussion being had around that. And I can assure the public that's listening and you board members that every one of these what if questions and kind of off the wall and what seems like a total random idea has come up in these conversations and is being thought about and is being considered. And as I've told our TPA members, and we keep telling our community as well, and I know board, you share the same sentiment, keep sharing your ideas and keep sharing your input, because there is nothing that is off the table until the guidelines tell us it is. So everything that we maybe thought once wasn't a real option in education might be the solution we need right now. So just keep employing people to give that feedback. I know Superintendent Stock spoke about the survey and opportunity for the community to give in input coming soon. So I know that'll be welcomed and that'll help guide us, because that may tell us as teacher leaders and as district leaders that some of the options that we thought were viable might be viable to us, but it won't work for the community. And we need to find a different option that's going to work better for them and their needs, acknowledging that there is some limitations with resources. And let's not forget, and I know it got mentioned, but there's some big resource limitations coming our way and things. I know there's going to be some updates on that a little bit later as well. So just things to consider. I know Craig and his crew with the sanitation questions, that's a resource that's going to be tapped very thin and already is pretty stretched thin in a regular environment. So just things that we need to have realistic expectations as we discuss these things. And then President Miller, you spoke to this expectation of the acknowledgement, and I know Superintendent Stock did as well, that if we're going to hold our educators to a high standard and that quality that we expect in Rocklin, we need to provide the time for them to be ready to deliver that. And I know there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts about the 4-day student week and 5-day work week for teachers. And I can assure you, but as a teacher, we have no intent that Monday is just an off day for everybody. It just in theory would be a not in classroom environment day, right? A day where kids might be working more independently and teachers can be working collaboratively so they can deliver that quality of education that we expect and kids in our community deserve. Especially as we look into the fall, knowing that there is going to be a lot more formalities to whatever version of online, hybrid, distant learning, on-campus education that we're providing. I know the scary word when we talk about distant learning gets thrown around as assessment. But there's a reality that it might work right now to kind of pause and adjust assessments, but there's going to have to be a more formal element of assessment in the fall. And I don't think any teacher in our district is questioning or concerned about that. We're more concerned in finding a way that provides that assessment in a fair, equitable, and accessible way to every kid, whatever their family needs and limitations are. And just the same to our teachers. I know there's concern about, and Superintendent Stock spoke to parents that just aren't going to be ready and comfortable sending their kids back to school, no matter the guidelines. at least a brick and mortar school, come August. But there's a real consideration that needs to be addressed for teachers that are in that same boat, or staff members alike, whether they're teachers or CSEA members, and those staff members that just maybe have their own needs or concerns that we can't address or aren't going to be able to be addressed in a stick and brick environment. So again, lots of things to consider. I'm not telling you anything you guys don't know. I'm not telling you anything you haven't thought about 1,000 times and kept you awake probably many hours in the last couple of months. But I can't go without saying some of these things just because I know it's valuable information and we're hearing it consistently. And the good news, as I'm looking at the comments and hearing your discussion tonight, is there's a very common and similar message that we're hearing from pretty much all stakeholders on all angles, knowing that there are some major concerns that need to be addressed before we head back to school in any form. And the number one, as I look through the comments, in whatever version it was worded, is safety. Student and staff safety, making sure our environments, our campuses are safe. I know there's a high desire for everybody to be back at school, but I don't think any one of those comments came without the tone of when it's safe and when it's right, not just send our kids back to school because it's the sake of, I need my kid in school, I have a job. And while that is a real concern, and Trustee Counter spoke to this a little bit, that there's a reality. Parents are being asked to go back to work in a traditional essence, and where are their kids going to go, right? And Camille spoke to this as well, as some of the little kids staying at home for every other day or half a day may not be realistic. So there's going to be an expectation that we look at some options that are less than traditional in an educational world, maybe. And I just think those are all things that we need to keep considering. So, and again, not telling you anything you don't know, board members, not, right? This is not some revelation. But again, just things that I want the community and you guys to know, that teachers are mindful of this stuff as well. Staff members across the board, we are all thinking of this with the varying hats that we all wear. As you all know, when you were a student, you probably thought of your teacher as this robot that teaches and then just turns off when you leave and there's no life outside that. But the advantage is that we are all real people, and while we bring in our own baggage, we also bring in our own experience and different lenses to look at these things. So those opinions are very helpful coming from the community, but they're also very represented within the community, as we have many members in our bargaining unit of our TPA that are not just teachers and parents in our district, but teachers in our district and parents in other districts. So they're feeling the same juggle and balance of inconsistencies as a lot of us are. And I know the question came up a couple times on what is it going to look like for Rocklin versus Loomis and Roseville and our surrounding areas. And there is an element where some consistency in those models will be helpful to our community, as well as we still need to remember that Rocklin is here to do what's best for Rocklin. And whether that works for Loomis or Roseville or not, we're going to look out for ourselves and our students and our community first. And hopefully that aligns with what our surrounding area is for the consistency sake and the logistical elements. So lots of things going on, and I could ramble on for hours, and I know you all want me to, but for the sake of what other agenda items we have, and poor Jack sitting there looking like he's having a blast tonight, I'm gonna kind of wrap things up. But again, I just want to thank you guys for all the support that you guys are showing, and the direction that we're getting. I know we've always talked about kind of this perfect world where our TPA and our RUSD management are as collaborative as it can be, and unicorns and rainbows are flying through the sky. And while we're not there, this situation has forced that necessity, and really pushed us in that direction. And it really has been an interesting experience and journey. And President Miller, you and I had a little exchange last meeting of, no matter how we get through this, we know there's going to be disagreements and things. And Roger and I have a very open conversations about these things too. But in the end, we're all doing it for the right reasons. We don't always see it the right or the same way, but we do have an understanding of what's best for kids and excellence in Rocklin education. And knowing that's there, that helps everybody kind of push through those challenging things. And I hope the parents see and feel that as well in our community, because I know, again, looking through the comments and just hearing the conversation, there's a lot of frustration around this, and that's okay. And we'd be lying to you as employees if we weren't frustrated in areas as well. And board members, I'm sure you have your frustrations with this stuff. And again, if somebody finds the magic wand and sends us all back to school, then you will be the God of gods. But until that happens, we're just going to keep working together through the hard and the easy things, and And we know whatever we land will be in the best interest of students, even if it's not the outcome that everybody wants and desires. We will get there eventually, and it won't be by lack of trying everything we can to get there in the process. So again, that was my long-winded short answer of saying thank you and good night.
Thanks, Travis. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Colleagues, any questions for Travis before we let him ease into the night? Thank you very much. Really appreciate your comments. Really appreciate what we're doing, and looking forward to continuing to try to get through this together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get. So Roger, I looked ahead. I'm looking at our chat. It doesn't look to me like Chuck is on. So I know our next presenter is Chuck Haddix, our CSE president. Chuck, are you? Oh, you are there. Great. Perfect. Great. Awesome. All right. So we're now here from CSE. Chuck, take it away.
Good evening, President Miller and Board of Trustees and Superintendent Stock. How are you all doing tonight? It's definitely been a long evening. First off, I'd like to start out by saying some kudos out to some of the departments. The grounds department, great job on keeping our schools from getting overgrown and looking nice. Nutrition and service workers, outstanding job supplying students with breakfast and lunches. Custodial staff, thank you all for getting in and starting the summer cleaning process. So all of our sites are ready to go when school possibly opens up on August 12th. We're all keeping our fingers crossed. Hold on a second. See here, hold on one second. And our maintenance department, thank you all for the work orders that you've all taken care of receiving those work orders. And to any and all classified staff that I might have missed out there, we appreciate you and we thank you all. On another note, I've been listening to everything going on tonight, and I also have been taking notes on some stuff, and I just wanted to bring up some concerns that I'm hearing from some of the departments. For one, personal protective equipment. This is the mask that we're given for personal protective equipment. These masks leak a lot of air around the sides. It's not that they're uncomfortable, because that's not the situation that I'm hearing back from. I'm just hearing that these are not the N95 masks that we probably should be wearing, especially when school's coming back. This is just basically more or less like a cough, to keep your cough in. But as you can see, there's a lot of gaps on these masks to where the masks, I'm hearing complaints about the masks. So as far as the rest of the protective equipment goes, it's all fine except for these. On another note, through the years, I've cleaned up after a lot of sick kids on campus. And us going into this with the COVID-19, we're more at risk of getting that COVID-19 now more than ever, especially if we're having to go in and clean up after kids if they end up getting sick in the classroom or out on the playground or wherever they may be. Definitely want to bring this up because we don't want to get sick. We're already short-staffed. So we definitely want to make sure that our PPE is taken care of so we don't get sick. From what I understand, we're not bringing in any subs or anything like that. So we're having to do with what we have, and we're just making the best of it. On another note, I want to touch base on what was brought up about hiring 12 to 13 more custodians. I might bring a selling point to this. I was crunching some numbers, and I'm glad that you brought up the definition, Roger, between cleaning and sanitizing. There is a difference between the two. Cleaning, you're going in and you're doing your cleaning. Sanitizing, you're making sure that everything's pretty much sterile, to ensure that nothing is passed on to kids, to staff members, so on and so forth. If you have a custodian going in and doing 10 minutes of sanitizing, and I say 10 minutes because 10 minutes is a realistic number when you're going in and doing the sanitizing. And you got 30 classrooms. That ends up being 300 minutes for that one person to go through and do their sanitizing after the fact that they go in and do the cleaning. So that ends up being a total, when you break it down, to about 5 hours of extra sanitizing. And that's per person on the night shift. So when these guys are going through and they're taking care of everything, we want to keep this in mind. And even if we want to cut that time to 5 minutes, that's still an extra 2.5 hours on an already stretched thin staff that will I mean, we got to do it, but the time is really tight, and the stretched thin of the custodial department is a reality that we have to deal with. On another note, there was some of the grounds that I seen working by themselves, and I know that the grounds members, that their department is stretched really thin, and just like us, they cannot get subs in to fill in for the vacant positions, or for people out sick, or for the reasons that the district has. So I just want to let you guys know that the times right now, we're going to start working in some hot weather, and working in groups of 2 and no less than 2, I think would be like an ideal, realistic situation as far as for safety issues and concerns. And I realize that there's other staff members like myself and custodial members that do work by ourselves during the day and at nighttime. But with the equipment that the grounds group works with, that they work with a lot more dangerous equipment than we do, and they're also out in the heat. So I don't know if we can ask that department to please keep them working in groups of 2 at least, no less, because I think the last time I had checked, there was only like 5 people working in the grounds department, and if they had to split off into groups of 2, then that leaves one guy by themselves. And if that guy ends up passing out or getting hurt by the equipment or whatever, and they can't reach their phone, or like I said, that they're passed out in the middle of a field, we're not going to know about it until the end of the day. So these are just concerns that I've had brought to my attention, and I've seen myself that I wanted to bring up to the board, and see if we can come up with some solutions with that too. Now, as far as trying to find some solutions for the kids coming back to school, it is unrealistic to try to take every child's temperature, but it's not unrealistic after the flag salute to maybe just ask the kids, is there anybody that's not feeling well today? Does anybody feel sick? Does anybody running a fever? Because the kids will definitely raise their hand and say, I don't feel good, or I got sent to school today anyways, not feeling good. And that's the reality of it all. Because it does happen. I mean, cleaning up after sick kids at school, that tells it all. Because even myself is guilty of coming to work sick. This is a different time though. So, I mean, we can't be showing up sick with a cough and feeling under the weather. So these are just a few things that I had taken notes on with everything that I've seen and heard tonight. So I want to express my appreciation to the board in listening in, and the comments that you guys have made are spot on and to the point. So thank you all for doing that. And I'm not going to keep everybody too much longer. It's been a long night, and I just look forward to working with you guys to get this thing all taken care of.
I appreciate that. Appreciate the report, Chuck. Appreciate you being here. Are there any comments from my colleagues? Great. Well, thanks again. I do want to say, Roger, Chuck raised a couple things around workforce safety and PVP. I'd love to hear an update next meeting on what we're doing to make sure we're being responsive to that. So we appreciate it. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Moving on. We're going to move on to comments, and we're going to ask Jack Grove, our student representative, to do comments on behalf of the students. Jack.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Stock and the Board of Trustees. The Whitney High School dance team won a national championship with a virtual competition from competing against schools all over the U.S. The Whitney High School broadcasting program was recently featured this past weekend in a nationally televised show called We Graduate Together. For the second year in a row, our Whitney High School leadership program was recognized as an outstanding leadership program and won the award for it by the California Association of Directors of Activities. The Whitney High School athletic department is not skipping a beat with COVID ongoing. Each week, coaches are delivering character lessons to their student athletes. Meetings are also happening at least once a week to keep connected during these tough times. Rocklin High School teachers filmed a parade in their cars for students to view to keep their spirits positive. The Rocklin High School senior class has organized and created a video to send off their seniors and have a series of videos released that are going to be released to celebrate the class of 2020 and their last week of school. Students throughout the district are taking AP tests these last few weeks in hopes to knock out some college credit.
Awesome. Thanks, Jack. And so first of all, the We Graduate Together, that was awesome. It was super cool seeing the Whitney folks in there. That was great. So I understand. So thank you. This is your last report, your last day. We wish you luck. I'm excited. Believe me, there's nothing we would like more than standing on stage and congratulating as you walk across. We're going to hold hope that that can happen. I understand that you're going to leave us now. I know Casey had an AP test. I'm going to assume the only reason you'd leave us is to have an AP test in the morning. So we'll just go with that. That's the reason why. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for saying. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for
everything. Best of luck next year. We're very proud of you. Thanks, Jack. All right, with that, we're going to turn to board member comments. Not being able to look left or right. Whoever's ready to, does anyone have any comments to be made in this short board meeting minute? People feel like they've made the comments they need to make? Yeah? All right, I'm going to take that. All right, good, perfect. Well, I appreciate the, oh, I'm sorry, Superintendent Stock, I forgot to look at you. Make sure, are you good? Do you have anything else? You're good?
I'm good. I think that just the one thing I just feel compelled is Memorial Day is coming up. We all know that. And I just want to, thank all of the veterans and all of the families in our community that have had members make sacrifices on behalf of the freedom and of our country. And just want to acknowledge that as we have this Memorial Day coming up, that we just appreciate those sacrifices.
Totally appreciate that. Thank you, Roger. All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are not to be considered routine, will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the Board of Trustees, audience, or staff request specific items removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda items removed will be voted upon following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove an item from the consent agenda for the separate discussion and action?
Item 10.2, approval of the minutes.
Great, so we will move 10.2. Give me one quick second here. When you look at the, oops, sorry, I opened up the wrong thing. Let me look at the public comments real quick, make sure no one's looking at the poll. Don't think there is. Great, okay, so with that, I'm gonna ask for a motion and a second to approve the remaining consent agenda items without items 10.2. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Rochelle, seconded by Derek. Brenna, will you please call the roll?
Camille Maben.
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
Eric Stevens.
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Thank you. Now can I have a motion for item 10.2? Moved by Camille. Can I have a second? Seconded by Derek. I appreciate that. This will be a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Let the record show that Trustee Stevens abstained, and we will move on. Great. Thank you for all doing that. I believe we're going to have Tony. Tony has come back, changed his shirt background. No, I see. It was just, all right. I was a little worried. Tony's back and going to take us through contract proposal from CSEA.
My apologies, President Miller. I'm in my daughter's room and she's got like lava lamps all around and I don't know how to shut them off. So
Hey, never apologize for lava lamps.
So I'm presenting 2 items this evening for our action that revolve around the sunshine process between CSA and the district. So I'll start with 11.1, which is agreement was reached with California school employees of CSEA and the district, which concluded bargaining for the 2019-2020 school year. CSEA has formally requested Sunshine its proposal for negotiations for the 2020-2020 contract year. District staff and CSA leadership present the attached agreement, which you'll see below as a proposal for acceptance by the Board of Trustees for the 2020-2021 contract year. Proposal is accepted. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for June 10th, 2020, which is our next board meeting. Negotiations will begin following the public hearing. So this evening, I'm recommending a motion for board action on CSEA initial contract proposal for the 2021 and school year and schedule a public hearing for June 10th, 2020.
Great, thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Colleagues, any comments on the proposal before us? All right, seeing none, let me check quickly for public comment. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
So motion.
Moved by Rochelle, seconded by Derek. Derek is the second tonight. Appreciate that. And so with that, I move that a voice vote. All those in favor of the Sunshine and the CSEA public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passed unanimously. Great. And Tony, now can you take us on to the next part of 11.2?
Absolutely. So this is the district side of the Sunshine proposal. The Rocklin Unified School District annually presents Sunshine's proposal for negotiations with CSEA and for the next school year for approval by the Board of Trustees. The district is now presenting the Board of Trustees for approval its proposal to California School Employees CSEA for the 2021 school year. If the proposal is approved, it recommends that the public hearing be set for June 10th. I'm recommending for a motion for board action on the 2020-2021 district's proposal for negotiations with CSEA and schedule a public hearing for June 10th.
Thank you, Tony. Any comments from board members on the proposal on our side, Sunshine? Seeing no public comment, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Made by Eric, seconded by Camille. Seconded by Camille. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate the work. And to Chuck, who, if he's still on, we look forward to the conversation. We look forward to working on this together. Thank you. So with that, we're gonna move on to item 12.1, our information out on equity inclusivity, our update on the work going on. And I'm excited to ask Deputy Superintendent Pond to join us and talk about our great work. So Kathy.
And I actually am going to invite Tony Limoges and one of our steering committee members, Twyna Armstrong Bryant, to join me. And wanted to say thank you very much, President Miller and trustees and Superintendent Stock. We are thrilled to be here tonight to recap a body of work that has taken place to create more equitable and inclusive learning spaces for our students in Rocklin Unified. And so on the next slide, as we look at this presentation, we will be presenting some of the work that has happened this year in highlighting professional learning and some of the parent outreach activities that were conducted. We also are going to review the Equity and Inclusivity Steering Committee role in creating and vetting some equity rubrics that we hope to utilize over the next few years to improve our practice. And in particular, we'll be sharing a cabinet pilot of one of the rubrics. We're really excited to share an equity portal that includes a message that we have from Superintendent and Board President Miller, as well as a number of resources for our staff.
That's what I was looking at.
I turned off the video.
Thank you.
And then I also have some student and a steering committee member that will give some recommendations from our committee and discuss next steps for this work. So as always, this work is highly aligned to our LCAP and strategic plan. Certainly in our strategic plan number 2, as we provide systems of academic and social emotional support for students, we work to have equitable and inclusive cultures for students. And our LCAP goal 2.3 also talks about having inclusive cultures where diversity and individual differences are valued and celebrated. And so I want to begin tonight just by this montage here of pictures really represents about a 3-year journey. In the upper left-hand corner, that is a picture of the Museum of Tolerance. We took 2 different staff and administrator and some board member groups to the museum, and that really was a huge focus on social justice, and really began to coalesce our need to create more equitable and inclusive spaces, and set forth a task force that really began calling out some of the work that needed to be done. Our history social science framework and some of the activities last year reminded us of the need to have representation of our different student groups in our curriculum. In the upper right-hand corner, we began to realize that we needed to show and celebrate our African American students, and began working with community organization on MLK Day. Down below, we have done a number of staff trainings that we're going to talk about. We had in the middle there at the bottom, we actually spent a week on a focus on inclusion and celebrating our students with special needs. And the bottom right-hand corner, we put that there because it really represents that, we haven't arrived by any stretch, and we need to continue to do this work to provide ways for us to have some real hard conversations, and find ways to make sure that all students feel comfortable and safe in schools. And so next slide. I'm going to ask Tony to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done this year.
Thank you, Kathy. President Miller, if I may take some liberties for just a moment, just to highlight, we're losing Deputy Superintendent Pond at the end of the year, and I've had the honor of doing this work in multiple districts, and I just want to share with the board and the public who are listening, like, you couldn't find another individual that I've had the pleasure to work with that is more passionate and more hardworking, and really took this work and pushed hard to drive this to another level than Kathy Pond. And I just want to thank you. It's been an honor to get to work with you on this, and you'll be deeply missed next year. But I just wanted to, President Miller, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say so, because I think it needed to be said.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I get to highlight some of the work that we have performed this year. And I think it's important also in the process of doing that is to just share with the board is, and the reality is, if you're truly doing equity work is never done. These are just some pieces that we're having the opportunity to share with you, but I don't perceive that there's ever going to be a day where I get to say in front of you, we're done, we've achieved equity and everything is great, because really it's about continuing to strive to better the outcomes for marginalized groups. So you can see that there's 5 different areas, and I'm going to highlight kind of some different pieces in regards to this. But obviously, we had our first year of the history social studies implementation, and we continue to work on our English language development and at different sites, primarily the high school, really working on the speak up strategies for which gives both staff and students strategies that they can utilize when they do hear words that they shouldn't hear, or are offended, or can step in to address bias or different stereotypes. I'm going to next jump to the professional learning column, and I want to share something with you of kind of some things that I've seen over the work of this in different districts. Is I think a continual practice is, let's do this work, let's push it down to the teachers, because they're the ones that work with the students. And so we focus all our energy on our teachers, which I'm not saying is not an important part, but I think one of the things that makes Rocklin unique in this work is we have started a lot of this work in really deep level conversations. And I have to give Superintendent Stock a shout out on this, is because we've really pushed this at the cabinet level, where we're having the same discussion, same expectations, same accountability for all of us at the cabinet level. And I think that's some things that makes things unique. The elementary levels have been doing some social justice lessons models, which are a great way to start. There's no time that is going to be too early to start having conversations around that with students. And then also I'm delighted to do, because I do primarily with some of the work of our colleagues in kind of a trainer of trainers models, is 5 school teams that completed the foundational training, which, as I've shared with a few of the board members that have been part of that training, is the best equity work always starts grassroots and starts in the beginning, and then you open up the door to bringing in other individuals as part of this. Student voice, I see Tawana there, part of our Martin Luther King activities, and the march that we did was probably the largest ever that we've had in here. I had the pleasure of facilitating a student seminar at Rocklin High School that was focused on not just the N-word, but all different kinds of words that they hear around campus, where staff got the opportunity to interact and hear the impact of that. And also they shared how they could respond different to these. And we also had a special education, had a large inclusion event. Kathy has been the kind of the forefront of doing these roundtable events with the parents and community, which brings them into the work. Obviously, we recognize that you know, the work that we need to do is publicizing and getting this information out to the public. But also I have to say to Davis Stewart for holding the forum following the event that happened at Rocklin High School. I really think that's a different tact of, rather than trying to sweep it in the rug, we're going to take these incidents and we're going to confront them, and we're going to have public input, and we're going to be part of, an inclusive part of doing this. I think the other element that I want to talk about is just the kind of work we've done with the equity and doing some of using data, which is part of what we did with the LCAP and Hannah, who did a great job kind of bringing in the parent and staff to kind of look at some different elements of this. And we're also in the beginning stages as a result of our suspension data, is really looking at how we can implement restorative practices successfully. And I highlight, underline, and put quotes around that, because we all know that so many districts around the state and around the country have had really a difficult time implementing this. And I'd like to share with the board, we're using a different tact as really kind of an insider approach, which is really understanding the why of restorative practices. And obviously, I've shared with the board, I'm a huge fan of these practices in the school, and I give Marty Flowers a lot of credit for some of the work that he's done with the administrators at the secondary level. There's still a lot of work to be done around restorative practices, and really one of the gaps there is kind of the communication and making sure all members of the school community and stakeholders understand what restorative practices are and are part of the process and involved as well.
Next slide. We can go to the next slide.
So this is just something I stole from Simon Sinek for any of you who have read any of his work, but I feel like it's a really great way to kind of outline this equity work. And so a lot of districts talk about, well, this is just another thing that we're trying to promote and do. Really, you try to get understanding is that equity is not a thing and the work that you're just trying to do. It's really the why you do all the work that you do, and getting people to understand that equity is the why. And the ultimate goal is to getting people to look through the equity lens or the equity filter, whatever term you want to use, in all things we do. And then we can start talking about how. So for example, a great how is you start with the foundational equity work, you look through the equity lens, and you take a program like PBIS, and then you transition to the strategies, which are really the what you do. And that's where you talk about check in, check out. You talk about the tier 1 work around what's your vision, what's our school identity about. And that's kind of what I use this structure typically in the foundational training, just to kind of start getting people to wrap their heads around what equity work is and what makes it different from all the other things that we talk about.
Next slide.
So here are kind of some of the next pieces. The steering committee, which Kathy has done an effective job really supervising. Tawana, you're a member of it. I think Travis, who's also probably out there in the land, is a member, but really is kind of to provide oversight for provide oversight for kind of the action plan that was created by that first strategic implementation group that was started, was the first kind of round that we did. So we take a look at the work that we've done, and we kind of work on how we can implement it and what are some different perspectives of this. Currently, some of the work, and I have to give a major shout out again to Kathy. I'm giving you all kinds of love, Kathy, tonight. is about one of the hardest pieces, and really the foundation of this is, if you've read any of the research around equity audits, is we've really done an effective job building rubrics, and we've actually built 6 rubrics that kind of talk about giving us kind of a litmus test for, where is equity implementation in our district in all different areas. So we currently have 6. And I want to highlight that a couple things that there's not an unintended, but one of the main pieces is really to kind of look at accountability for us and progress in all these different areas. But the other thing that I've found in my experience in working with rubrics or different types of this is it really is just kind of a spark to continue the conversation. It's a document that gets people talking around equity and equity topics, and obviously makes it more tangible for people. So at some point in time, we're going to work with the board and really work on how we're going to make recommendations of how these rubrics can be utilized across the district, not just as an accountability tool, even though that's kind of what the content of rubrics is about, but also just a way kind of to generate some additional conversations amongst people around expectations and what this should look like in classrooms, in the human resources department, in the different areas across our district.
Next.
So this was our process for this, and what we really started with is there's no shortage of these items across across the country, and shortage of research, but really what we did was we started gathering various samples of this. And as I shared with you, really, if you want to do this work effectively and have it have some sustainability past and build capacity in people, is it has to be grassroots. So the steering committee was able to look at these different various rubrics, and they aren't all called rubrics. In fact, very few of them are, but tailored them to kind of the needs of our district based on that work of the first round that went through and some of the data gaps we had. If those of you that were involved, we took a look at what our desired future state was and what our current future state, and we looked at that gap of what we needed, and we built that around these. And so we identified 6 areas of focus and kind of began drafting language. And what I have to say is usually drafting the language on these rubrics is the most difficult part, because it needs to be user-friendly to people. So when we do share it with community members and people within the school, it's understandable upon them. And so it kind of monitored down to then where we did some heavy editing. And I really think that we've done kind of some effective work around this. What we gave the opportunity to in March was, we're obviously in a distance learning model, and so it was via Zoom, as gave site principals an opportunity to have it. And the steering committee re-met to kind of look at what these would look like and what were some areas. And if you don't create some continuity within things that you create across it all seems like disjointed. And what I truly appreciated is we used the learning science work that we're doing from the Carnegie Institute to kind of start creating some PDSAs, which is Plan, Do, Study, Act, which you had some teachers share those in different sites around some of these different areas, so we can start doing some action planning on how we can start to measure the growth. Kathy, feel free to jump in if I missed something.
Yeah, no, I would just say that the 6 areas really focused on everything from school climate to instruction in the classroom, to student voice, community engagement, use of data, and leadership. And so if you go to the next slide, I'm going to take you a little bit more into a deep dive so you can see some of the work. We, again, had hoped that our principals from the first cohort, they were ready to do some piloting for us, and then COVID hit. But we, at the cabinet level, took on the leadership rubric, which really focuses on the policies and procedures at the district level, and specifically in 4 areas: the area of communicating a vision for equity, human resource practices about retaining and recruiting teachers, professional development as a district-wide focus, and then our allocation of resources. So we at the district level, our cabinet, we actually had an extended cabinet. We also created some processes, and so we went through the directions. What we part of the process is that you would look at the language of the rubric, because we're really interested in moving practice and trying to identify from evidence where is our practice now and how do we move, farther to the right, from an aspect of equity that may not be present all the way to it's present and being implemented at a high level. And in this process, after you look at the evidence, you discuss, and we did, and come to consensus about where our current practice is. And then after looking at our strengths and needs, you create an action plan. And that's kind of where that Plan, Do, Study, Act piece comes in, that we want to try to take steps and incremental steps to learn and move forward. In this case, because we're still sort of piloting, and this is not a flawless process. We wanted to provide feedback to the steering committee. So I want to kind of take you through, and in the next slide, and I'm going to ask Ryan, I know he's driving this. We looked at a whole lot of evidence for those 4 areas, and we ended up placing our practice. And I'm going to ask you, actually, Ryan, I'm going to ask you. There's tons of evidence, but if you would go to the placement of practice, the rubric for leadership itself, this actually took about 3 hours, and we had 2 different meetings. When we looked at how we facilitate and communicate a vision for equity, and there's a big piece I'm going to show you after this about a video that has been created. We decided that at the district level, we're probably at the initial implementation part of this practice. When we looked at how some of our, how we recruit teachers to reflect and represent the diversity in students in our schools, we felt again that there's some work to be done, and that we're at the beginning implementation. We are very proud of our professional development. I want to show you a couple of things, but we also realize, training teams of teachers, there's a whole set of modules that those teams have to take back to their sites over the next couple of years. So we don't feel like we've hit the big number in terms of all teachers having this training yet. And then in terms of our allocation of resources, we're still looking at ways to ensure that our students who are the most needy are prioritized for those services and actions that will result in more positive outcomes academically and for their wellness. Ryan, if you could go back. So I just wanted to give you a sense, that's where we landed. And then we were able to do some action planning. We started with a question about inquiry, and then developed some preliminary actions about how to improve. And there's a whole document there that we have laid out and come up with actually 4 areas and actions that we as a cabinet want to work towards, from our district level vantage. And so some of those rubrics, the school would not take necessarily all 6 rubrics, but there would be 1 or 2 that they would take on and they would move through this process to be able to, again, improve our practice. So I'm going to move to the next slide, because as part of our vision, we knew, and the committee called out to us, we didn't really seem to have a district message. And we thought about that, and we really did want to make sure that we had a message. And what you're looking at right now is the RUSD Equity and Inclusivity portal that will be linked. We're unveiling it right now. It's going to be linked to our district website. And there are 6 areas here, everything from our district message about equity to steering committee to our actions laid out for the year. And below that, some really cool professional development, all the rubrics that we have put together, and links to our parent roundtables. But I'm going to ask Ryan to play the video that was created, because we really do want to send this message, and this will be posted on the district website. So I'm going to be quiet and have you take a look at this.
Equity means to me that every student gets what they need to have the highest levels of achievement and wellness possible.
It means that every child is seen, heard, and loved.
Equity is basically getting people what they need when they need it.
As a student, I think it means that everyone is truly represented.
And we have gaps in Rocklin, and so equity is paying attention to those gaps and making sure every child is supported.
First, it's recognizing that not every student comes to us with the same advantages and same resources, and then it also means that we take action based on that recognition. We've developed a long-range plan to implement specific actions to hold ourselves accountable to change those achievement and wellness outcomes.
It's a moral imperative. It's a recognition that when we look at data, and it becomes crystal clear that not all kids are being equally served in our system. So we have an obligation to make sure that we step up and think differently about it.
It's deep because it gets at core beliefs, at the very foundation. A few years ago, we took a couple different groups to the Museum of Tolerance for some social justice education, and that has manifested into some foundational training by a community school task force to talk about race, to talk about implicit bias, to talk about the effects of privilege and the impacts that it may have on our students and what we can do about it.
The equity work is the grease for all the work that we do here. If you have a foundational understanding and you have your mindset on equity, is whatever we do after that is easy because people have an understanding of why we're doing this.
I'm just incredibly proud of our students, our staff, and our community for bringing situations to our attention that allowed us now to have these conversations. The good, rich conversations that are taking place, awkward and uncomfortable at times, but through that, there's a lot of growth.
It was critical that it doesn't just rest with people at the school board or at the district office that we acknowledge the need to do this work. We have to engage our community and our stakeholders in this process.
It is vital that every member has a seat at that table. Every population, every stakeholder that's represented must be at that table to ensure that we are able to touch upon each aspect within our students' lives.
And they're trying to incorporate more and more people into this work because they recognize that it's not just one group or two groups that are being affected by this, it's everyone in the district.
The willingness to even approach a tough conversation is the catalyst to the change or the positive history that comes out of that.
One parent shared with me that it was the most important conversation she's ever had in her life.
As an educational institution, it's really important to make sure that everybody sees themselves in the campus. About 2 years ago, one of my 7th grade students wrote a persuasive letter that explained why Springview needed an LGBTQ club. And with that, the club was born. I think for the students, it's really empowering for them. They're just seen a lot more on campus.
My hope in engaging in this work and highlighting our work around equity and inclusion is that each one of our children, no matter what circumstances they're in, achievement and wellness here in Rocklin Unified. And only by taking explicit different actions will we have an impact on what has been the historical achievement and wellness of these marginalized students.
I think there's still more room to work towards, but the fact that we're starting now and we're doing something about it now, it is an amazing step in the right direction.
The conversation is important, the work is much harder, and we are, while I say at the beginning of our journey, we're in for some really hard conversations and some disruptive, some difficult moments here in Rocklin and across the state, across the country. It's the right work, it's the critical work, and it's the morally imperative work, and I'm excited to be part of a community that wants to engage in this hard conversation.
And so, thank you, Ryan. I'm going to navigate back to the portal for a moment. That is, you know, for us, that development of that video and message, we thought really sets the stage for the work to come. I do want to highlight on this website, if you would go down to the bottom left-hand corner, we know we have this training model where we're training teams, but the idea is the teams would bring back, there's 2 days of full training, but the teams would bring back in modules used over the years, all these different modules of activities from day 1 and day 2. And so there's a whole plethora of activities and resources for sites, and that includes slide decks as well as directions. And then finally, you saw that on the portal, there are the rubrics that sites could use as well as the directions. And they're also, we are posting our parent roundtable sessions there. And we don't have to go any deeper, but I did want to unveil the video as well as the portal. I'm going to, if you would go to the next slide. Thank you. Whoops, not that one.
Definitely don't go to the May revision. Wrong direction.
Right. So I have some of our committee members, and 2 of them are students who are probably in the thick of taking AP tests, but they wanted to present their perspective of the work that they have been great on our committee. And so Cheyenne Anderson's the first one.
My name is Cheyenne, and I'm a senior at Rocklin High School and have been a member of the Equity and Inclusivity Task Force since the very first meeting. And prior to my contribution to Rocklin High School's Black History Month, as well as Rocklin's Black Student Union, Rocklin High School had not recognized or participated in any Black culture appreciation. So when I reached out to my peers, to my principal, and to various Black student unions in the Sacramento area, together we created an inclusive presence on campus during the month of February, my junior year. And that is when I started volunteering my time as a student voice for the Equity and Inclusivity Task Force. Now, what made me so compelled to continue to be a part of the meetings that were being held were the conversations of representation that were being had. The opportunity to discuss minority issues and have a voice in the Black community in Rocklin has been an honor to me. And not only to speak up, but to find solutions. And that is why I think that the work that the Equity and Inclusivity Task Force is doing is so important. And finding ways to recognize the underrepresented groups on campus who can't find themselves in the curriculum or in the demographic is essential. And because of the task force and the amazing people that I've met along the way, my outlook on the education system has changed dramatically and even piqued my interest in considering a possible future in education. And I'm planning on attending UC Irvine in the fall with an emphasis on African American studies and law school shortly after to continue representing the underrepresented as a defense attorney. And I honestly owe a lot to the Equity and Inclusivity Task Force.
Oh, just gives me chills, yeah. And we have our other student, Rohan Sharma, on the next slide.
Hello, Board of Trustees. My name is Rohan Sharma. I am a senior at Whitney High School and a proud member of the RUSD Steering Committee on Equity and Inclusivity. My equity journey with RUSD began last spring with the task force, which created the policies and goals that the steering committee is responsible for overseeing and implementing this year. I am honored to have had a seat at the table during these important discussions and hope that student representatives will continue to be included in these discussions as RUSD moves forward with this work. I believe students are best equipped to offer a realistic perspective on what happens day to day on campuses. As RUSD moves forward with this work, I hope that we strive for representation rather than diversity. British Pakistani actor Riz Ahmed has spoken extensively about the differentiation between the two and says that diversity is a word that is thrown around far too often by organizations and often results in merely checking a box. Representation, on the other hand, ensures that all groups on campuses and throughout the district are accurately reflected in faculty, in administration, in curriculum, and in the opportunities being offered. I believe that the board took a step in the right direction by choosing to adopt a more representative and inclusive textbook curriculum last May. But I think that RUSD as a whole needs to continue to prioritize representation of all students and staff. I would like to conclude by saying that I've been a student in RUSD since 4th grade, and my experiences in the district since then have made me not only a better student, but a better individual. And I'm excited to announce that I will be attending UCLA and major in political science after graduating from Whitney. And the equity work I've engaged in with RUSD has only further reinforced my plans to attend law school and become a public interest lawyer after. Thank you for your time and your support in creating a more equitable and representative Rocklin.
So just gives us chills. I want to introduce on the next slide one of our adult members of the steering committee. She's a community member, but also a former RUSD parent, and that's Twyna Armstrong Bryant. And give her an opportunity to share her perspective of this work.
Yes. Hi, good evening. President Miller, other trustees, Superintendent Stock, and other dignitaries. First and foremost, I want to echo Associate Superintendent Tony Limoges' comments and sentiments about Dr. Pond. It has been such an honor to work with you on all of these journeys that we've taken from the beginning, the long conversations, all of your efforts to ensure that there was momentum behind the work, and your passion for the work that could easily be seen. Thank you so much for all that you do. You will be missed.
Thank you.
You will be missed. Tony, thank you as well for all your efforts. So I'm looking forward to working with Bill McDonald and Marty Flowers as we move forward with the work. So as a community member, if you guys could indulge me just a few minutes, I thought about the importance of this work and my why, the passion or the purpose behind the work. And I remember when my daughter was born, 3 individuals, their comments to me have stayed with me, and she's like 20 years old now. But I had a colleague tell me, you know what, your life is about to change. And she's like, no, you don't understand. Your life is about to change because whatever you do, it will never be enough, because you don't want her to be too cold. You don't want her to be too hot. You don't want her to have too much. You don't want to have too little. It will never be enough. A relative said, your life is about to change. You don't understand. You're going to see your heart walking outside your body all the time. And then Alex's pediatrician, Dr. Turner, said, your life is about to change, and you've got to make sure you are her strongest and biggest advocate until she's able to advocate for herself. And as I think about this work, if we all believe in the African proverb that it takes a village, then we all should live by and abide by and lean in on ensuring that every child is seen, heard, and loved. And that's my purpose for moving forward. So that particular slide that you see there really speaks to the accountability for this type of work. There's just too many stories that are being told, unfortunately, by students within RUSD. That means that they are not going to be able, or have not been able, to live up to their potential because of an incident that has left them traumatized because they have been marginalized or been seen as marginalized. So as a concerned parent and engaged parent, just wanted to work with the committee to make sure that there was an opportunity to insert accountability into the work. So as the work was being completed, we wanted to make sure that there was a focus on the impact. So we're gathering all the data. So what are the expectations once we have done all of this work and completed the work? So what impact are we wanting to have? There was also an opportunity to step in, ask the hard questions if there were some missteps, which provided opportunities to maybe go in a different direction, or to say that's definitely not the direction we want to go into. So the use and evolution of the equity rubrics for improvement, making sure that data, making sure that data and the route that was taken in order to gather all of that data, that it continues to involve that as we use it, it is going to be used for improvement. And I cannot stress what Tony said enough, as it's a journey. It's not a destination. So there's always room for improvement. And the last bulletin, focus on equity and inclusivity for students in COVID-19 and in returning to school for 2020 and 2021. The expectation is that the work will continue, that there will be a plan attached to any type of activities regarding the reopening of the school district, along with the social and emotional learning that plan that should be attached as well. There is a sense of urgency to make sure that we have the opportunity to continue the momentum that has been built, so that we do not lose any traction, that RUSD parents, students, educators see that there is and maintains a focus on this work, and that the need is still there and it will continue. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Appreciate all you do, and again, looking forward to working with Marty Flowers and Bill McDonald.
Thank you, Twana. Very well said. Next slide, please. So our next steps in this journey are definitely to continue. Once we're back, we recognize there's going to be a few things that happen, as we transition to the next phase of learning. But getting back to our foundational trainings for cohort 2 and 3, and supporting the work at the sites, as you saw those modules, and really in a coaching type of manner. Starting to implement these equity rubrics, and you really using improvement science tools, and again, some action planning that we follow through and are able to show some movement of our practice, and always wanting to continue to develop the student voice and outreach to our greater community, and we're very proud of the pieces that we've been able to put in place this year. Okay, so with that, I believe that's our last slide. All of us can take questions or comments.
Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Great. Colleagues, questions for the equity task force?
Didn't you love those students?
They were awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
Yes.
So Rick, I don't know that I have a question other than, just heartfelt thanks to all of you who are on this journey and doing this critical work for our district. And, as evident by, like you said, you see these two incredible young people who give you nothing but hope when they are going to go to law school and, you know, take on the world. And it gives you, at least gives me great hope for our future, but also to really see how intentional you all have been in this work about really diving deep, thoughtful, from what you've all explained tonight. So just really, again, heartfelt thanks for the work you're doing, and so anxious to see how this continues, you know, whether we're online or in the room, but however that's going to happen. And the video is great. Love the video. Nice job, everybody. Really good.
Thanks, Camille. Rochelle, did you? Yeah, Rochelle and then Derek.
No questions. Just want to say thank you. The portal looks awesome. It looks great. And I am sure there are hours and hours and months of work. And so I'm anxious to kind of dive in and see all the information that's on there. I appreciate all of your efforts. I was part of the parent roundtables and they were really well done. And also the Martin Luther King run and the student seminar. So I just appreciate your efforts. So thank you.
Thanks, Rochelle.
Yeah, just to echo the same, and I know the two students that were up there, seniors and moving on, which is great and fabulous. I'm expecting that we'll have an update from 2-3 more students coming through it, and we'll see as this thing expands, you know, at future meetings, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Eric?
Thank you for all the hard work. It will never end, but that doesn't mean we just throw our hands up and say, it's too big of a problem. And it's so great to hear that we are really building that culture of equity and inclusivity, which doesn't solve everything, but it's so important to get there. And I hope, given all the conversation we've had tonight and recently about online learning, I hope we just make sure that in our big list of all the things we have to figure out, these topics and all this work that's being done, it's on the list as far as like, how are we going to incorporate this if we find ourselves in another protracted online environment? Like, how do these lessons, well, literally the lessons themselves, but also the lessons we've learned, like, how does this translate to online? How do teachers incorporate these principles and concepts online? And also just, we've been online now for a couple months. When we think about the data, when we're talking about disproportionality, a lot of that data is gone, but we all feel like a little worse. We're lucky that we didn't commit it to this. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Eric. And so I'll build off that a little bit, just where he ended, which I appreciate, was this notion of, you know, again, first of all, I cannot thank everyone enough. Love seeing the students. Thought that was awesome. Tuan, I really, really deeply appreciate you being here and your ongoing work. I mean, I don't think people appreciate how much you sacrificed and given for this district and for the kids, and we deeply, deeply appreciate it. And excited to see the work going forward. And we have a moment, like as Eric was saying, sort of this notion around whatever next year looks like. If we end up with a 5th day, like, can we think about that in terms of equity? Can we think about our English language learners? Can we think about our children in poverty? Can we think about our special ed kids? And can we give extra support? And can we think about this, not this going from a plan to that of action? What I'm really proud of and really appreciative of is we started this as a theory, and now we have very clear directions for how we're going to go forward. And it's because of all your work that we have these very important rubrics, and I love them. I will also say, and I had a chance to talk to Roger about this, is that as much as I love the rubrics and I thought they were great, they also could be a little bit like, you could find it hard to know where you are along that continuum. And there may be a conversation, but certainly hard from a board perspective to know how are we making progress. And I don't know that we need to have clear data on each of the rubric, but some way of knowing, regularly coming back to the board, so we're held accountable if we're not making progress, to make sure we can say this exactly happened. with clarity. And again, not on everywhere, but making sure that we dip in the right places to make sure that we are accountable for making sure that we keep this work moving forward, and that we take your great work and put it into action. As I said, before, I'll say again, is like taking nothing away from everything you've all done, which is incredible work. This was the easy part. And so it's like the hard part now is beginning this conversation, now taking this rubric and putting it into action. And there's a lot of difficult work ahead of us, but I'm so optimistic about our ability to engage in this conversation, optimistic about our community taking on this hard work, and just deeply appreciate the leadership you've all shown in getting us to this point. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think you're absolutely right. If what we utilize and bring to our discussions of the rubric and the evidence that we can look at, if it doesn't move us to action, then therefore not. So we definitely, I think it will be a way to review those action plans and ask us some hard questions.
Right.
If I could just really quickly add in, again, my thanks to everyone, Twyana, our students, Kathy, Tony, and everyone on that group. But acknowledging, while it's great to have this, that it is, as we've been said, a first step. And the first step is setting the expectations, setting the framework, but the real hard work is really in making sure that we have outcomes that are changing, not just saying that we want that, but that we begin to have those outcomes that change for kids. And that will, be challenging to us, but it's supposed to be. And I really want to thank the board for, even in this COVID time, this most unusual, to really want this item, this update to occur, to really show our community that even though we're in unusual times, equity and inclusion can't wait, because these outcomes can't wait. And frankly, many of our marginalized groups have waited long enough. And so that we are working to grapple with the new reality, but knowing that we aren't going to wait. We may have to change our approach, change the pieces, but we're going to continue moving forward and not wait till things are normal to address this issue. So again, I appreciate the work and know this is the first step, but the key is the outcomes have to change for our kids and achievement and wellness.
Thank you. And again, thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna ask, we're gonna take a slight break here if everyone's willing to take a quick break. I do want to say I'm slightly concerned because we've had now two of our great student leaders come on tonight and say that they are from Rocklin, going to UCLA and want to study law. And I just feel like Erica said like something's very wrong here. We're gonna have to figure that out. Too many people, Eric. It's pretty awesome. All right, why don't we take 5? Can we say can we say 9:40? We'll be back. We'll just do a quick fire break. Get a glass of water, whether come back, and then let's get to Barbara and we'll finish up the meeting. So 9:40, we'll be back. Thanks all. Welcome back. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's indulging us a quick break. So we're going to move on. Again, appreciate the equity inclusivity update. We're going to move on now to a difficult conversation around the Lieutenant Governor's May revised budget for 2021. With that, Deputy Superintendent Patterson, are you there? Great. Hi, Barbara.
Good evening.
So give us the good news.
I wish I had good news. So good evening, President Miller, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Before I begin my report, I just want to say that this is my 18th year in presenting the May Revise to the Rocklin Unified School Board, and this is the most unusual and unprecedented state budget proposal that I've seen. We faced recessions and economic downturns before, but the speed and depth at which this economic downturn due to the coronavirus pandemic has hit the state is unparalleled. As you know, I like to provide precise information to you when at all possible. But this year there are more unknowns than ever before as we attempt to work to prepare a budget plan for the future. I know it's going to be tough on all of us as we navigate this together. So with that, next slide, please. So prior to COVID-19, we were in the longest post-recession era since World War II. The actual economic effects won't be known for months and maybe years. But currently, both the federal and state governments shifted the annual income tax deadline from April 15th to July 15th as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak. And so this year, the state doesn't even know what its 2019 revenues are and won't know until July. Next slide, please. Oh, there you go. So in most years, the state revise, the May revise is usually pretty close to what the state eventually adopts as a budget in June. But this year, the risk is very high due to the coronavirus. There's the risk of biological, fiscal, and world economic performance. And all of those may materially change the current revenue and expenditure assumptions made in the state budget. Next slide, please. So due to the many unknown factors that the state budget is being built upon, the state will likely need to revise its budget when more information becomes available later this summer. Next slide. As you may have already read in the papers, the governor's budget estimates the state revenue loss over the 2-year period of current year 2019-20 and the budget year 2021 is $41.2 billion, and then combined with the estimated increased costs in state safety net services, the total shortfall in the budget, state budget, is projected to be $54 billion over that 2-year period. This estimate is split between $9.1 billion this year and $32.2 billion for the revenue side in next year. But again, these estimates are based on incomplete tax revenue data. Next slide. Thankfully, over the last few years, the state has put money away into a rainy day fund, otherwise called the Budget Stabilization Account. However, state law prohibits drawing down the entire balance in a single budget year. So the plan is to draw it down over 3 years, starting with the $7.8 billion in the 2021 state budget. Next slide. There's also, the state also established a Proposition 98 reserve. And ironically, the first time a deposit was to be made in this fund was in 2019-20. So instead of making that deposit, and in addition to an amount that the governor had proposed in his January budget, the 147.7 million, they're proposing to use the entire $524 million of this reserve towards the shortfall in Prop 98 funding. Next slide. So this shows the Proposition 98 funding from back to 2007-8, which was the year before the Great Recession, all the way up to the proposed budget. And so you can see the significant decrease in funding that we got between 07-08 and 08-09, but the proposed budget reduction in Prop 98 funding in 2021 is greater both in dollar amount and in percentage. The proposed reduction is $13.5 billion, which is about 16%. Next slide. So the graph on the left shows the COLA projected for the 2020-21 budget year, and it's declined from a high of 3% back in the 2019-20 state adopted budget. Then we were told the governor was proposing or expecting it to be 2.29% in the January budget, and then the statutory or final COLA was 2.31%, so it was adjusted slightly. However, because of the significant decline in state revenues, they're proposing to suspend the COLA in the May revision. In addition to the LCFF funding, other categorical programs outside of the LCFF local control funding formula will also have the statutory COLA suspended. And so we receive mandated block grant funding, special education funding, and child nutrition funding on this list, and all of those will not receive a COLA as proposed in the May revise. Next slide. So deferrals were used as a tool back in the Great Recession. And basically what this tool does is it allows the state to count as funding in the Prop 98 guarantee in 1 year, but not really paying us until another year. So they record it on their books. For example, they're proposing to defer our June apportionment that we receive in June this year to July. So they will count it not as a cut to the districts, but it becomes a cash flow problem. And they're projecting to defer up to 3 months, next April, May, and June of 21 into July. What this means is it's a cash flow problem for districts, and so we will have to probably have to borrow money to pay our bills until we get the cash from the state. And so we've already looked at what that would look like for borrowing from the Placer County Treasurer. That's one option. Another option is to issue a tax revenue anticipation note. So we're working through what our cash flow will look like based on the May revise, and we'll be providing solutions to the board in the future based on this the final budget. So these next 3 slides just show the calculation of the local control funding formula. As you know, depending on what time of the year it is with carryovers and such in our budget, this can be anywhere normally from 84 to 86% of our funding. And so the way they've calculated it is we get a base grant, which is that second column by grade span. And then they applied the COLA, the 2.31%, and then they took the 10% cut. So either way you look at it, you can either say they gave us the COLA and took a 10% cut, or they're effectively reducing our LCFF funding formula by 7.92%. But the numbers in the far right column then flow into the next slide. But what they've done this year, which is unusual, is they've put language in the budget to, what they're saying is trigger off these cuts. So if we were to receive federal funding, these reductions may be eliminated or they may be less, depending on whether we get additional federal funding. So more to come on that, we hope. So the base grant is where we start, and then we apply the grade span adjustments. We get a grade span adjustment for K3 and 9-12. And so you can see with the reduced base, then you apply the 10.4% or 2.6%, and you get the adjusted base grant per ADA. Then to the next slide. So then at that point, you apply the 20% for supplemental. And supplemental, we receive this additional amount for our unduplicated pupil count. And our district, if you recall, is about 20% of our population. We get this additional 20%. And then districts who have more than 55% of students that qualify for free and reduced or foster youth or English language learners, they would receive an additional sum, which is in the far right column. And again, we don't receive any of those funds. So that's how the calculation is done. Basically, all of these pieces are effectively reduced by the 7.92%. And so going forward, so the next slide. Then there's another piece to the LCFF add-on. So when they rolled all the categorical programs into the LCFF calculator or calculation, they left these programs out, but they've been frozen in time. And so we've circled the home to school transportation because that's the only add-on that we receive, but none of these programs have received COLAs since the LCFF began in 2013-14. And so these are getting a 10% cut. But just to give you some perspective on this, our home to school transportation budget is about 1.4 million in expenditures, and we contribute about 1.2 million from the general fund because we only receive about $223,000 here. So we're going to get about $22,000 haircut on our home to school transportation funding. Next slide. So what does the reduction in LCFF funding and transportation mean? Basically, our average, because remember we've got 4 grade spans, our average is about $8,331. Sorry, there's not supposed to be a dollar sign on that. 11,715 students, ADA, for $97 million in LCFF revenue. This is approximately $11.5 million less than we had planned. Next slide. The one bright piece of news tonight is that the governor is still planning to provide more funding to special education. in January with the COLA, he had budgeted $660 per ADA. With the suspension of the COLA, it's down to $645 per ADA, but it's still a 15% increase over the current year. Our SELPA did a great job turning this information around, and mind you, all these numbers are based on current year student counts and current year services and expenditures, but they're estimating that Rocklin Unified would receive about $1.1 million more in special education funding. So again, the one bright spot in this budget proposal. Next slide, please. Other categorical programs are being cut in half, approximately. Again, we circled the only program that the district receives funding for. That's our Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, CTIG. And we are supposed to receive $335,000, so we expect that to be cut in half. There is other good news. They are proposing, because of the pension, the pressures of the employer contribution rates going up this year, the governor is proposing to reduce both the CalPERS and CalSTRS employer rates. So for CalPERS, it's almost 2%, it's 1.98% reduction in the rate. And rough numbers, that's about $350,000 in savings for us. And then on the next slide, you'll see the projection for CalSTRS. That's about 2.25% less. And we're estimating that that's about $1.4 million in savings for the district. So that will also help. So federal aid to education, the CARES Act, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act has already been acted on at the federal level. And there's different buckets of this CARES funding. One is, as the title says, it's specifically for elementary and secondary school emergency relief. And the CDE has put estimates out for districts, and we're projected to receive about $529,000 of the ESSER money. And then in the state of California is also receiving other CARES funding, and $4.4 billion of that the governor is proposing to allocate to education, and he's wanting to allocate it to the most vulnerable students. But I'm hearing that several people in the legislature are pushing back on this allocation plan, and so hopefully it's likely to change. Rocklin Unified would not receive any of the $2.85 billion because we're not a concentration grant district. So hopefully they will distribute that funding more equitably in the final state adopted budget. And just to contrast how much we've received so far with what the district received back in the Great Recession, the federal government provided the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, ARA funding, during the Great Recession to K-12 education. And we received approximately a little over $5.5 million, which equated to $508 per ADA. And so far, the ESSER funding is $46 per ADA. So clearly, we desperately need additional federal funding during this financial crisis. At this point, the House of Representatives has passed another economic recovery package that includes funding for state and local governments. It's called the HEROES Act, but the Senate has not addressed it at this point. And so we most likely won't see anything more before we have to finalize our 2020-21 budget, but we're hoping to see additional federal funding. included in the May revise are some relief measures intended to help us cope with the reductions in our funding. There are many others that we really need the legislature to pass because these are just not significant help to us. If you go to the next slide, you can see some of the flexibility measures that were implemented during the Great Recession, and a couple others that we would like to see. One thing that is just crucial, really, is this year when we all had to close schools, they held us harmless for our ADA. We need them to extend that hold harmless for our funding, because our funding through the local control funding formula is based on our average daily attendance. And with the uncertainty of how we're going to open school and what that's going to look like, how we're going to take attendance, we really need the stability of being held harmless on our ADA funding for this year coming up in 2021. Sorry.
Barbara?
Yes.
I am probably the only one that doesn't know what that means. Can you tell me what it means to hold harmless?
So basically what they did this year is they said, normally our attendance is based on the average daily attendance from the beginning of school through end of month, the full month 8, which usually for us is close to the end of March. So they said for all districts, you're just going to calculate your ADA through month 7, because that's kind of the last full month before coronavirus hit. What this could look like is it could take a couple different forms. It could say, we will hold you harmless based on last year's ADA, or we can hold you harmless on an average of 2 or 3 years ADA, but at least not give us less funding than what we got last year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next slide. So these are high-level estimates at this point, but we talked about the 10% reduction in our local control funding formula, and we talked about the proposed increase in special education funding and the relief in the STRS and PERS rates. I didn't talk about the state on behalf adjustment to the routine restricted maintenance calculation because it's so minimal for us. It's less than $200,000, but that's in the proposal as well. But we did include in the January proposal, governor's proposal, he included one-time preschool funding for special education. And so that was included in our second interim multi-year report. And so that has been eliminated in the May revise. So that was about $373,000. Also, as we reviewed our enrollment in year to date and in meeting with all of our principals and looking back at our enrollment from, for example, last year in April to when school started in August, we have reduced our enrollment projection by 87 students. And so of that 11.5 million that you see there, about 700,000 is due to reducing our enrollment projection. But at the same time as we were reviewing our enrollment with all of the principals, we also reviewed the staffing. And so at that same time, we reduced our staffing needs by 5.5 FTE full-time equivalents. So that saved about $550,000. So we've listed all of those items here to show what the impact would be on our fund balance. And it's over $8 million. Now, an offset to that, a one-time offset to that, is we have had savings due to school closure, due to COVID-19. We also implemented a hiring and spending freeze. And so we're estimating in the unrestricted budget about a $1.4 million savings. So that will drop to bottom line into our reserve to help us in the next year for 1 year. And then the last line there, the nutrition services, that should be have brackets around it. So right now we're projecting that the nutrition services loss due to closure is $103,000. Any questions on that? Okay. So again, there are many unknown costs in all of these areas that you see before you at this time. And so we'll have to make some assumptions as we build our budget. And because of the timing and the changing standards and changing health, public health officer requirements, we may not know everything before we finalize our adopted budget. We may see circumstances change. And as we gather more information, we may be bringing back additional costs after the adopted budget is passed in the summer and in fall. So, last slide. So we're, at this time of year, we're finishing up the estimate of actual revenues and expenditures for 2019-20, which will, as always, be presented with the proposed 2020-21 budget at the June 10th board meeting for a public hearing, and then adoption on June 24th. New this year, since the local control accountability plan deadline has been postponed to December, the state is requiring a new report. It's called the COVID-19 Operations Written Report, and that will need to be approved with the adopted budget. So staff will be preparing that. The template just came out for that. We're expecting an on-time budget from the state. And then, as always, we must submit our budget to the County Office of Education for approval prior to July 1st. As we said earlier, we expect another revision to the adopted state budget once they know what their revenues are in July, and they're expecting that to happen in August or September. And then finally, we hope for additional federal stimulus dollars. That's the end of my presentation. I'll answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Barbara, appreciate it. Derek?
Yeah, so Barbara, first off, thank you very much. I know building those financial models and doing all the inputs and the different models, it is challenging, especially in this time. But quick question, the $8.23 million shortfall, if we just ballpark that against our current budget, is that about a 7, 8, 9? What percent reduction is it?
The percent of our revenue, that was it's about a 6.4% reduction.
So we're looking at
of our revenues
right off the bat, 6.5% shortfall. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of folks? Eric? You take off mute.
Yeah, it's
raising
signal.
your hand. Exactly.
Thank you, Brenda. The roughly 6.5% drop. Do you recall, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but if you think back, or if you could quickly look back to the start of the Great Recession, what sort of drop did we see in the first year that we faced big cuts?
I don't remember the percentage of our revenues, but the reduction is higher here in this 1 year than it was in the year from 2008 to 2009 of the Great Recession in percentage and dollar amount.
Got it. Thank you. That is sobering. And because of well, it's not quite a tax holiday, because the deadlines were pushed back. In a normal year, the May revise, well, let's not talk about a normal year. Let's just say in recent years, the May revise, was it pretty close to the actual final state budget?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so is that why? So unlike recent years, we are going to have continued uncertainty for several more months into the summer.
Correct.
Right.
Exactly
We're gonna, okay. Yeah, so we could find out in August or September that things are not as bad, or we could find out that they're a bit worse and have to retroactively plug that into our budget.
Yes, potentially after school starts.
It's, though I would think it's hard to imagine a scenario where it would be not as bad, just given what we know about California's tax, how we get our taxes, where them are, what's happening, the lost wages across the state. I think there's a very reasonable, scary chance that this 6.5%, we're not done, and we come back in August and have to find more.
I think the only thing that would give us anything is if we had increased enrollment, and I don't really see that happening. I don't see people going out and, you know, buying houses, and could be wrong, but I think, yeah, I think we're going to look at this is the first wave and they'll come back.
Right, and enrollment is another big unknown for us. This
Yeah.
is not a normal year. So we could have a pleasant surprise, or we could see a shortfall come August.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, we really need that ADA hold harmless, because if we're going to have some kind of a different school model, ADA might look different.
Right.
So has anybody heard, Rick, have you heard, I mean, of the legislative solutions that Barbara listed on that slide? I haven't heard a whole lot, but I've been concentrating on a different end of the world about what are the possibilities, are they good? Are they getting some of that flexibility? Or
there definitely is a lot of push for the flexibility, and I find, as we saw in the Great Recession, flexibility is free, so they'll give it because they can't give money.
Yeah.
So I think that there's reason to believe we could hope for some of that, but I haven't heard any serious conversations around it. But I think there's, you know, I don't know, Roger, looks like do you know more?
No, I've heard that there is interest in giving us some flexibility regarding instructional minutes, ADA and PE minutes, because any model that's not normal school that we may fall into will require that to be viable. So I think that type of flexibility is more likely, but some of the other measures, such as routine restrictive maintenance contributions, class size others, I'm not as confident that we'll see this budget cycle. But, you know, if we don't have it now, we definitely need to make the case that we need it when the governor proposes his budget in January.
Right. Eric, I'm sorry if I could cut you off. Were you done? Are you good? Okay.
Camille, I think I'm good. It's an ongoing process, and this is just a terrible situation. And these are difficult numbers for anybody to wrap their head around, because it's easy to talk about the numbers, but the numbers means people and students, and this is going to have huge impacts right at the time when virtually everyone is already going to be behind because of the closures we're still in, the closures that we are about to end for spring break. This is just such an awful combination.
So I think to me, what it speaks to, as well as going back to the first presentation of this evening, is really when we think about what we're going to be doing in the next school year, I think we need to really think about what's our priority, what's important, and what do we have the bandwidth to deliver. Because given the budget, given whatever kind of option goes into place, and we really need to think strategic, which I know you all will. I'm not worried that it won't happen. I'm just saying, I think we need to be realistic about what is important for students and kids, and how much can we deliver. It's not going to be, can't be the same.
Right.
Can't.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I think we need to have high expectations, but we need to adjust them accordingly to what we're going to be working with as far as funding goes. That's all.
Derek?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Derek?
Yeah, again, similar to what Camille said, I think we have grand expectations. I think a lot of people want a lot of different programs and opportunities, but just at a straight cut at 6% down, you got to look at, how do we either do more with less or do less with less? Because there is no more on the backside of that equation, which is tough.
Rochelle?
It's just sobering. It's really sobering news, but I realize I just want to thank Barbara. It's very complicated and she made it look really crystal clear for us, and I just appreciate her efforts.
Yeah. So I would just add, I agree. I'm so deeply worried about this. We've been talking this a while. Right when our need is the greatest, we are going to have to be talking about cuts. But I also think that we have an obligation to be sober about the way we think about this. That this notion, I'm deeply concerned about hope for a better September, August, and so I think that we have to take this difficult moment here and figure out how we're going to write our budget and make sure we come out of it. That we can't sort of spend in hopes of having dollars there, because if we don't, that would put us in deep trouble right as we enter into the year. So and we can always hope, and I would love to put money back. Much easier to put money back than to try to pull back again from it. So I think, to what everyone else's point, I think turning to Barbara, to you, and to Roger as being, and then in partnership with our TPA, like trying very soberly to think about, we are going to have to make cuts. So given that, given the priorities we have as a district, and given the needs, given the virus and the distance learning where we are, how do we think about that? And how do we think in this moment to try to be as protective of our kids and protective as the classrooms as we can possibly be, knowing that we're not going to do anything, we're going to make cuts that none of us want to make, anyone. But trying to figure that's going to matter a lot in this situation.
I would also I just would like to just comment a couple pieces. One is that once we get the kind of final budget August, September, beyond looking at how do we get through this current year, which will be critical, is we'll actually be in a spot where we're already saying, based on not even knowing the governor's next year budget, we're in line to have to make X amount in cuts just to stay solvent. Right. And that's kind of that sobering reality is while we survive one year, we already know we're into reductions in the following year. And that in our district, we, because of how we've prioritized our budget pieces, we've been making reductions as the community is well aware of, and working to keep those as far from the classroom as we can over the last several years, to nearly $5 million in ongoing cuts. So we will continue to be creative. We will continue to look everywhere we can, and the board's provided really strong direction to us in that. But it will become increasingly difficult as we look to do that, because we're building on prior reductions we've made, is we've made other priorities in our budget. And so that is just, you know, a kind of a reality that I just know that you all are aware of, but want to make sure, you know, anybody else listening in is aware of as well.
Yeah. Derek, you want to say something?
Yeah, just real, and I know the answer to it, but just to, you know, kind of clear any skepticism, not only in RUSD, but all the other districts across the state of California, and like our 6.5% reduction, no one's coming out of this positive, right? All the other, the Rosevilles, the Loomises, the Sac Cities, the San Juan Unifieds, the Elk Groves, they're either going a higher reduction or they're on the same path we are. No one's making anything, right? That's right.
No, nobody is, but I will just acknowledge, and I know there was a comment, we have deliberately, the board's had a strategy of spending down our reserves in order to, one, you know, make sure that we can do as much for kids, do as much we can for employees, which is the right thing. So we have actually been spending reserves down prior to this occurring. Other districts haven't always made those choices. And that also has meant that we've employed a lot of options to keep things as far from the classroom as possible, delaying textbook purchases, delaying opening a school. And there may be other local districts that are going to begin to use those strategies that we've already used. And so there, you know, every district's going to be unique in how it approaches solving these hard times. But unless you are getting enrollment increases, you're all dramatically being hit in a just unprecedented magnitude of budget impact.
All right, so actually you raising the reserves, Roger, Barbara, I hope you're still on the line. I'm going to go to public comment. We have one public comment that I've seen around this. I'm going to paraphrase the comment, which is always dangerous. But Barbara, the basic idea, the question here is, you know, you built a reserve, although we've spent it down, as Roger was just saying, but we have a reserve that's for rainy day funds. This is a rainy day. We would all agree. And the argument of this comment is use your reserve to make this an easier thing. So if you think about a 6.5% cut we're being asked, how much of our reserve can we spend into that? Can you talk a little bit about that, Barbara? How much reserve is actually available for us, and talk about the way it fits into a 3-year budget process and our obligation to the county?
So based on the second interim report that we brought to the board in March, we had a budget of about $9.4 million in our reserve. Before, you know, unless we wanted to sweep site budgets, we had $9.4 million. And so we have to keep a minimum of 3% in our reserve. And so 3%, well, 1% was 1.3 million. So that's $3.9 million. Well, if we had 9 million and we're cutting 8.3, that doesn't leave $3.3 million in the budget. So, but we're still looking at estimated actuals to see if there's additional savings from when we originally calculated our savings from closing the schools and freezing hiring and spending. And so we'll have to look at that as we finalize our estimated actual and our adopted budget. But we were already deficit spending more than we were bringing in each year. So when you add to that a reduction in revenue, you know, we're in trouble, especially in the 3-year picture. In 21-22, we're negative. We're negative fund balance without any corrections or any federal funding or the economy turning around.
Right.
So the thing, just to build on what Barbara said, the 3% is state law. We are required to have 3%. That's not just something that we all decided would be a good thing, but state law requires that we have 3% reserve. So And so to the comment, Rick,
and
use
by the
that
way,
rainy day fund.
3% in 3 years.
Right.
Not just in your current fiscal year, but
Right.
3 years out, you have to be able to show 3%.
Right.
So sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, absolutely. No, I was going to say to the comment about use your rainy day fund. Yep.
We
It's
did.
raining and we're using,
Exactly.
you know, we are going to use it.
Right.
So
for sure.
I just want to give a quick context to Barbara's comments about deficit spending. While we have been doing that, a recent study came out showing that 70% of the school districts in California were deficit spending prior to COVID-19 due to the underfunding of public education and the increased pressures of pensions, special education costs, which some of those are addressed, but not fully. So, and then 40% of the districts in the state were having to look at layoffs to balance their budgets, kind of like we were. So our situation is not unique. And I think that's an important context to understand when we talk about deficit spending and things like that.
All right. Any other comments from the board?
the only other thing I'll say is, oh my gosh, Barbara, I think I was there 18 years ago when you gave your first May revise. So hard to believe it's been 18 years.
I know.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yes.
Nice job, Barbara.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Barbara. And obviously, this is our next meeting is going to be tough, and we've got a lot of hard decisions in front of us for people like that guy moving forward. All right. With that, let me ask. We're coming to the pending agenda item. Are there any items that anyone would like to place on the pending agenda item list? Seeing none, let me just quickly make sure there's no public comment wishing to do that. All right, great. So with that, the Wednesday, May 20th, 2020 meeting is now adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Hold on.
Wait. I'm kidding, of course. We're not
Rochelle,
adjourned.
did you have your hand up?
Oh, sorry. I keep moving. Sorry, Rochelle. Sorry.
It was not super pressing. I just actually meant to comment earlier. I really feel like I needed to give a shout out and a word of appreciation to Diana Capra, because our community engagement and social media has really ramped up, which has been so awesome to see, because there are still amazing things happening. And so I really do want to call our attention to that. I really do appreciate that as a community, we can still have a lot to be proud of and to celebrate. Sorry to add it in the very end.
Super appreciate you saying that. It's a great point.
So on that, so I'm going to keep us here all night. No, just want to say,
yes,
you know, in all of this, Superintendent Stock, you're hanging in there. You're doing a great job. This is so not easy. So appreciate all the staff that work with you, but so appreciate your leadership, because it's not easy. Okay, I'm done, Rick.
No, I'm just making sure. Any other final comments from the board? All right. With that, the Wednesday, May 20, 2020 meeting is now adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us.